Ambient, Paul, morning. Wow, got a lot going on in the chat room. I sent a couple texts to my wife, and look at this. Morning. Yep, happy Friday. Spitz won't find out till next week. We'll see. They put the dye in me or something similar, and have no idea if I lit up or not.
Hooked you up to the cables, and
I was going to say, a little IV, bada bing, bada boom. I said to the guy, are we testing for sugar or cancer? By the way, my levels were good. My blood pressure, my oxygen, my pulse. They're like, your numbers are good. And I'm like, well, I've been taking care of myself. And on the inside, I am dying at how funny a line that is. And they're like, oh, okay, well, your numbers look good. All right.
No tea times for me. Last day of school. It doesn't work with early release. No after school.
So my lunch was modest, I must admit. I mean, I had a patty melt, but that's it. Nothing else. Okay. For dinner, I had a big appetizer and I bought myself prime rib. I went to town for dinner. Treated myself.
Good for you. Where'd you go?
Ale House.
Did you meet Cassio?
Yeah. He was late because of the Trump verdict. He had to do a bunch of work.
That came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, my entire feed on social media was just verdict. Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final day of May. Happy Friday, everybody. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Trent's final day with us full time. He'll a couple, 2-3 days here and there, helping us out during the very little time we're going to get during the summer to take care of some personal business. So
and we need him for those times because he keeps trying to act like this door is still open.
I know.
When we are, he's virtually dead to the both of us.
I mean, he's sitting here this morning. Okay,
how you doing?
And and then guys, I'm coming back. I'm going to be back, and just in the next couple of weeks in the morning, I'll be around. If you need anything and texting and what have you. It's like, dude, goodbye. I mean, that's how it works. Okay, not the Trent. It's just, and you still like me, right? You're going to say nice things about me? Oh, yeah, sure. Get the hell out. I mean, we're moving on. That's
how it goes.
How many times have you talked to Felipe in the last 7 months?
I sent him one text.
Yeah, I've texted him 3 times, talked to him twice. I mean, like the guy. if he called me, I'd do something.
But you're
for him.
way better than that. I don't have that much going on in my life, but between the daughter and all the things she does, I don't text a lot of people. I don't sit there at 2:00 in the afternoon and go, I haven't texted him in 6 months. Maybe I'll just shoot him a text and say, hey, how are you?
Yeah, and I text a lot.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do. In fact, I text so much. You know how you think that, like, let's just say you're going to send a text to your wife and you're like, well, I just 4 hours ago. So you figure you're going to look at your phone and she'll be at the very top of your text list or one or two down. Yeah, 4 hours goes by. My wife's 17th on my phone. I mean, I have to like scroll down and I'm like,
but that means you're getting texts.
Well, but if you text, you usually get responses.
Yeah, I don't text.
Right. No, I text all the time.
That's not, you're a nicer person than I am.
Well, only via text. You're nicer in person.
Well, you're also a thoughtful texter. Like if you see something that makes you think of someone, you text them or you send them the post.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, then again, some of my texts are just as snarky as I am on the air. I mean, believe me. But Trent, see, I have a feeling Trent's going to be texting us like he's still a part of the show for the next couple of weeks. I do. I think he's going to be, hey guys, how was your weekend? Seriously? How was our weekend? Okay. I mean, I think he's going to be texting us.
Well, I'll definitely be tuning in at least.
See? And that's it. Like we'll tune into his show. Is he serious? Okay. He's going back to Lansing. Okay. He's going to, do a little sales, little broadcasting thing for a hometown station, make a lot more money. Okay. We're kind of happy for him. We're happy for him, but this is an inconvenience to us. There's no doubt about it. We're going to miss him. All right. And he's going to text like, we're going to spend weekends together. I'm telling you, look at him. Look at him. Happy, joy over there.
Well, I'm laughing.
Yeah, I'll be surprised. Maybe. Because he doesn't send a lot of texts now. Unless he does to you. He doesn't text me at all.
Well, he chimes in. We have a three-way text going. If on that, he texts a lot. He texts all the time. Stuff that we talked about on the show, and at 4 PM, he'll chime in and go, see, it's happening. Okay. Hey, they're doing a boost on the Hard Rock with this. Do you want to take it? Okay. I'm telling you, I will bet you, okay, the proverbial $20. Okay. He will continue texting us on the three-way text.
And it's, back to this texting thing, because I feel like I'm inconveniencing people when I text them, like I'm bothering them.
Wow, really?
Like they have time in their day to respond to some little, hey, how you doing? Thought of you today because it's 95 degrees and you're in Michigan, or whatever the case may be. I feel like I'm inconveniencing someone when I'm texting them.
Now that's
I'm forcing them to have to send a text back when they might not really want to.
So let's just say the game's going on at night and I text you, which rarely happens. We don't text each other after the show much at all. And well, we don't have to. We've just spent 4.5 hours together and we know a lot of what's going on in each other's lives. There's not a great mystery here.
Right.
Yeah,
no, I get it.
No. So I was thinking about this last night. Like I'm spending 2.5 days in Southwest Florida. And, I arranged it in and around some medical tests I had to have yesterday. Okay, Mark and I are not doing anything social during those 2.5 days. And I actually thought, wow, we haven't done anything social in a while. Okay, the next time I come down or what have you, should we do something? And then I thought to myself, God, what would we talk about? No, seriously. Imagine if we went out. Now, you and I have talked about anything and everything for 20 years.
Yeah, I do. The one thing I miss about you not being in Southwest Florida is that I don't feel as I'm as up to date with my political world as I used to be, because we would spend most commercial breaks doing a political show.
That is true. And now, since people can see and hear our commercial breaks, and we want to be so non-political because nobody has a sense of humor anymore. And if they disagree with you about one thing, they stop listening.
Right. So we don't ever do it on Twitch.
So we don't do any politics at all.
And once we started doing the show on Twitch, that ended.
So next time, we'll do something so that you can get your political fix.
Exactly.
Okay, great. I feel better now because now I thought if we went out to dinner, okay, we'd literally look at one another and go, hey, it's good to see you. Why are we doing this? We see each other every day. We talk about everything. What in the world do we need to talk about now?
Well, and I feel badly because David comes to town. I've offered for him to stay at my house. He turned me down, and I'm the type of person that when I ask once,
Right.
and you turn me down, I'm done asking you again.
Right.
You've made your bed. It's in a hotel.
Yeah, and because I don't like to inconvenience anybody, and you guys have every family has their rhythm. They have their thing. They have their time and their days and things to do. You have a 10-year-old daughter. She's very active. Okay, I'd be on the same floor as her with the spare bedroom. Nah, she doesn't, who's this, crazy old guy in the room next to me? No. Because she doesn't really know me anymore. So no, I stay in a hotel and I'm fine with it. It's $10-12. I'm good.
Well, to go back to the politics thing just for a quick second here.
Why are you doing that? We tried not to. We don't talk politics on this show.
I'm not talking politics. I'm just saying to that point, in 6 months, when you're back down here getting another scan, it'll be election season. And you guys
election will have just happened, actually. If it's a full 6 months, the election will have just happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So that you'll have plenty to talk about, and Mark will get his politics fix.
Then maybe I'll have to do it in 5 months. Okay, I have to do it the week before.
Right, so at least we can make some predictions.
Right. In fact, I may say that. Like, hopefully the scans went well yesterday. They'll say 6 months, and I'll go, oh, no, got to be 5. They'll be like, what? No. I'll come up with some bogus excuse. No, my schedule can't. We got to do it late October. All right, we'll do it.
There you go.
All right. Now, here's the thing, though. If we go out in public, you and I talk loudly. Okay, are we sure we can have this political discussion out in public?
Because people know your voices, too.
Probably not. But we'll do it anyhow.
Okay, all right. We'll have to do it at a sports bar then, where there's a lot of noise and what have you. People think we're there for the game. All right, fair enough. But I'm telling you, Happy Peppy bursting with love over there. He's going to be texting us like he's still a part of the show. I'm telling you.
Oh, well, that part, there's no doubt.
He's talking like he's still going to be a part of the show.
Like he's coming back at some point.
Right.
I'm just taking a sabbatical.
Exactly. A couple, 2-3 months. I'll tell you, I'm going to be right back for football season. I'll be ready for camp.
I've got to go write my Lions novel, and then I'll be back in September.
Exactly.
Got to get the Lions fix.
It's like he's, I'm going to go overseas. I'm going to teach my class, and then I'll be back for fall semester.
It does feel a little bit like that.
I think we're done to us.
Right.
You've abandoned us and left us for dead.
We're done with you.
But to me, mentally, it's a lot easier if I'm just easing my way out. Even though today is quite literally the last day.
Is this going to be like, those plot lines in which the couple breaks up? Is this Costanza showing back up for work on Monday? Okay, what is this?
Well, that's what I think is going to happen around, last week in August. Trent's just going to show up one Monday morning. Hey, guys, how you doing? I'm here.
And we're going to be like, what's going on? It's going to be, it didn't work out. And you know what? Oh, I'm back. What? We've moved on. Nah, you haven't. Come on now.
Yeah, Trent, we do things differently now. Everything is different.
How about those Olympics? How about LeBron as a Sixer, huh? I'd be like, what?
Whoa.
I just had to throw something in.
All right.
Had to be basketball related. What else are you going to talk about? That or the Lions? That's all he talks about. What, you think the Tigers are going to be in it in late August when he thinks he's showing back up?
No.
If the Lions get off to a 2-4 start, I'm coming back.
That was the question you said yesterday. You almost emotionally broke him yesterday. Did you realize that? The question, the hypothetical that you threw out there? Okay.
What if he goes back home and the Lions are bad?
And the Lions don't make the playoffs. And he basically looked at you and said, I'll have a breakdown and I'll be back. And Uncle Mark and Uncle Dave will have to put me back together.
That's accurate.
All right. I love that hypothetical. I mean, his color went from his face. And look at him, by the way. I mean, he's like, rosy red over there. But he did, for that brief moment yesterday, he just went pale white.
I will say Trent, you have the right skin tone to live in Florida because you've gotten tans. That you are going home with your pasty parents and everybody that's just gone through winter, and you will be the dark complected Valley for a while.
There was a pros and cons list when I was weighing out what I'm going to do. The sun, melanin, was one of the pros.
You really drew the line down the middle of the paper?
Yeah, does that surprise you? Yeah, of course I did. I color coded, green pros, red cons.
I forgot the color coded.
I got a set of Sharpies. It was like 24.
He has a set of Sharpies that's in his bag. It's with you now, right?
I think so.
I've seen it.
I'm packing up, so I actually might have forgotten to put it in there. But
I forgot the color coded.
anytime I can lay things out and visually attack it, that's what we do.
So you needed to color code it. You mean just the one side being pro and the one side of being con was not enough?
Too confusing.
What is
Gotta
it
have
like?
color.
Really pro and really con? I mean,
Different
wow.
shades of red. The
Damn.
deeper we get, the worse it is.
I want to see the list now. I want to see which is either really pro or really con, just for the heck of it. Miller and Moulton on this final day of May. It's a heck of a sports day. We'll get into it next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The wrestling, those small joints, and then the Omni. And most everybody saw the circus as a small thing, and I always saw the circus at the Garden. Shimko, Trent, let me give you some advice for dating. Do not leave a pros and cons list laying around. Can you hear me over there?
Yes.
Are you reading some of the comments on Twitch? Hey, Trent, you can call in and tell us how good Detroit looks.
It does. It looks great.
Hey, Trent, let me give you some dating advice. Do not have a pros and cons list, and do not leave it laying around the house. Paula,
That's
if
a
the
good one.
Lions start losing, I will find you and personally kick you out of Michigan.
That will be warranted if that happens.
Well, Good. Your family will do it. Your family will be like, when you weren't here, they won.
Well, it's like I told you guys yesterday. The 2 regular season games I went to last year, they lost. So before the playoff game, I was all nervous because do you guys have the 4-letter network on over there?
Yes, sir.
Is it actually this is I got ESPN too, but Chris Canny has on a Hawaiian New York Giants shirt.
Yeah, we have the 4-letter network on. You just asked if we had the 4-letter network on. We're not watching their morning show. You have ESPN2 on.
Yeah.
No, we don't have that on.
Okay.
We have the 4-letter network on. That's ESPN. ESPN2 is not the 4-letter network.
The Deuce. Baby Jewel, she wrote me a very, very, very nice card. Did you tell your mom I said thanks?
I did.
Perfect. Sonny, I will miss you guys too.
Good. Well, Spit's great. Glad to hear that. And I hope so too. No, RCB, Trent is not going to be our Lions insider. I mean, because we actually need somebody to objectively be able to say, no, they're struggling here.
Yeah, they might lose this game. They're not going to go 17-0. And yes, of course, I will be in the Twitch chat room. Hell, I'm going to rely on David with the starting 5 to set the tone for my day.
I'm going to keep sending Trent our lineup. So Trent's going to wake up and his first text, he's going to look at it. It's going to be the show lineup. Mark is taking Trent's place, brown chicken.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton on this final day of May, Friday. Hope your week has gone well. Does it feel as if the week went fast?
Flew.
It's a 4-day week. I'm telling you, could catch on.
There's something to it, David.
I think so. Magic numbers, by the way, 85, 92, and 97. Yeah, just like that, all of a sudden you're like, wow, that sounds reasonable. That sounds doable.
I love that we're in double digits, but I have now taken another philosophy with your magic numbers. I kind of ignore them until we get back from our July holiday.
Okay, so you pay attention around Memorial Day when we get under triple figures. And then after about 2 days of that, you block it out. And
I just don't even think you give them and they're white noise to me. And then we come back from our July vacation because we've always taken a vacation around the 4th of July. And I come back and then they're real numbers. Then
Yep.
you go, okay,
All right.
we're ready.
Fair enough.
Besides, if sports keeps delivering in the way that it has been,
Well, we think for a few years now that the sports years are seemingly getting better and better and longer. I don't know how you feel, but there were times where the dead period for sports talk radio to me seemed longer than it is now. I think we can do a solid sports show with plenty of meat on the bone for longer now than I thought we could in the past.
well, I think NBA free agency certainly helped that. That's turned into a life of its own. The way the NFL calendar has spread itself out over the course of the year helps that. And dumb luck. Things just seem to happen this time of year that you're not ready for. And, like right now, wide receivers getting paid. That's a new one this year to me. That's
Boy, are they.
oh man.
Now, let me throw a theory out there that, okay, the cap's at what, like 248, something like that? I don't know. And then it's going to be going up probably 20, 25, 30 million a year. That's just under the current, deal. But as you talked about yesterday, you said, listen, when Goodell gets his wish and goes to 18 games, what's that going to do? It's going to open up the contract again. He's going to get more money for the networks. So I think a couple years from now, when they get their 18th game, the cap's going to go up even more. So like right now, if you're running an NFL team, and let's just say for, giggles, it's 250 because it's within a couple million of that, the cap, and you're counting on 10% a year. So then it'll be 275, 300, 330. Well, to me, the increases and the figure is going to go up even more dramatically 2-3 years from now. When you think you're going to be at 300, we might be already at 330 or 350 because now we'll have a new TV deal in which the networks all have to pony in more money because they're getting more inventory. And now look at these contracts. I can't believe I got to pay golf 53. Can't believe I got to pay two over $50 million. Yeah, okay. But imagine 3 years from now. See, right now, 50 million when the cap's 250. Man, Imagine 50 million when the cap's 350. 3 years from now. What is, okay.
Well, and that's, my initial thought when Waddle got his bag yesterday was how are they going to afford Tua and both receivers? That was my initial thought.
Yeah. And I think short term until the latter part of this decade, till 27, 28, I think, the Niners are going to have to start losing some guys. They're too top heavy. You're right. I think this will be Tyreek Hill's last year with the Dolphins.
do too. That was the first thought I had when Waddle got that deal.
But by 3 years from now, I think, for example, I think the Bengals will be able to afford, if they want to, Burrow and Chase and whoever else. Look at what the Lions have done, Mark. The Lions, 53 for their quarterback. They gave St. Brown, the receiver, 27, 28?
Yeah. Yep. And
they gave Sewell, their franchise tackle, 27, 28. So you look on the books, you add it up, that's $90 million. Oh, my goodness, 90 million. All right, let's go 2-3 years down the road. Like right now, 90 million of 248, even though those contracts are not kicking in this year. That's the other thing. That'll become 90 million of 270.
Right. And someone asked in the Twitch chat room, it can't keep going up at the same percentage, can it? Yeah, actually, it not only can, it will.
That's
part of the CBA.
Right. They don't just go up one time and then keep it there for 9 years. No, it keeps going up. That's how payments are staggered and all that. Yeah.
And that's why if it wasn't the most important thing before, it certainly is now, is the timing of it. If you get your quarterback on the books now, everyone always talks about how you got to cash in on a rookie deal, and I get that, but it's to your guys' point, the way the cap is skyrocketing, there are ways to pay a guy $50+ million a year and still compete.
I mean, Waddle is now signed for 5 years. Like this deal, it's an extension. He's still on his rookie deal for this year and next. This contract that he signed doesn't kick in till 26. And then it's for 3 years. And they now lock him in until he's 30.
Well, and that's why you also better be sure about what you're doing, because it goes two ways, right? Look at what the Cardinals did with Kyler Murray.
No doubt. But then also, to their defense, he then gets hurt. You know, at the time they did it, he was healthy, and he had just led them to the playoffs. They started 7-0
They
and
still
led them
did it early, though, was my point. Like, really early.
Yes. And if he had stayed healthy and kept performing at the way he was, we'd look at that deal as a bargain, to be honest with you, because they got him, I think, for the mid-40s, which look how quickly, when they signed it, it was like the third most money their quarterback had 2+ years later. And by the way, the contract is literally kicking in this year for the first time. Like a lot of these deals, when they sign them, they're still on their rookie deal. And if they're first round picks, it's a 5-year deal. So they negotiated after their third year, the extension's not going to kick in for 2 years. Now look at what the cap was when they signed it, and look at what the cap's going to be when the contract starts kicking in. I mean, what's Waddle making here? 28 and change? 3 years, 2026, 28 million. You going to flinch if you're a fan that your number one wide receiver, and he will be in 2026, is making 28 million? I think you're going to go, that's a bargain.
Yeah, we got a true number one, and we've got him for under 30.
Yeah. And he's 27 years old. And he's locked in for 3 years. Yeah. And now I will say most of this contract's guaranteed. I think the Dolphins and his agent know that by the time this contract's really kicking in, that's going to be less than market value. But the Dolphins guaranteed damn near the whole contract.
And for the player, he got the money. He's done. Right.
He's got financial security. He can plan the rest of his life. Huh. And he's in Florida, and the taxes and the whole thing. The cap, it's like we were talking about a few days ago with the NBA. I mean, when this $76 billion TV deal kicks in for the NBA, $7 billion a year in revenue, you wait to see. They're going to be NBA players 3-4 years from now making over $1 million a game.
There's no doubt. There will be a $100 million a year contract in the NBA at some point, and in the near future.
And that's if they played all the games. And of course, we know they're not. They're actually, for games played, going to be making $1.5 million a game. But that's a whole other story.
But you don't have to play the whole game if you score 20 in the first quarter.
I love how Luka, they questioned him after the game, and he goes, no, I'm not cursing at him. Okay. I'm speaking, what's his native language?
Serbian.
Right. No, I'm just speaking Serbian. It's like, I don't know. Sounds English to me, Mark.
So what does MFer mean in Serbian?
Starting 5 is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jay.
reason why our 8 a.m. guest is he almost always says yes, and it's the last week of May. And when I start the process, I'm like, I at least want to have 2. And so I'm thinking, okay, we can get one. It's a Friday. We can kind of, ham and egg a segment, because, I get an early yes on the board, type deal. Because didn't know Wallach was going to reschedule right away. I thought it was going to be sometime next week or what have you. And then, the Panthers guest didn't happen till like midnight. So.
Oh,
No. So,
but when I see, I never,
right, sure,
because I will say, like, Greeny, I've been listening to that show more than Dan Patrick, just because I've got that station on in the car. I like that morning Sports Center, my 5-minute drive. Usually there's some sound of the NBA, the coaches that I hear on the way in that I've not heard. But Greeny has the guy that does with DiPietro in New York.
Oh, okay. Yeah. One of
They're buddies.
Right.
But he hasn't. What do you think about the NBA Finals? I mean, you can ask Rob Ellis, and
right. Totally.
It doesn't. Hey, what's your perspective on it? It doesn't have to necessarily just be all Philly. So
he's been getting some good press also lately in Philly. Like a couple of the local people are saying, hey, he's probably the most objective, most rational host we have.
This is only the second election I'll be voting in. Presidential election.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're like, what, 24?
Yeah.
Did you even live here? Like, you still have a Michigan tag on your car. Did you ever get a Florida driver's license? So you never really lived.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us this final day of May. Happy Friday.
The final day of Trent.
Yes. Okay. He became a month. Just like that. Yep. Trent's leaving us. All right. He thinks he's staying. He thinks he's taking a sabbatical. All right. And he's going to come back in some way, shape, or form. We're going to have to explain it. We've tried to teach him a lot of lessons along the way. We have. We've tried to be like helpful uncles. Like, he was spending a summer with us, hey, absorb this as we send you off into the big, brave, tough world, young lad. All right.
You have done that, by the way.
All right, okay, whatever. And yeah, he thinks he's taking a sabbatical and he's coming back. He doesn't realize that's. I had to learn that lesson when I was young in the business. Also, like my first TV station, we were a distant third place station, and they went young and cheap, and we were all of similar age, early to mid 20s, and we hung together. We worked together, we drank together, we played softball together. I mean, we were each other's social circle. And then slowly people start getting jobs, or in my case, I got fired. Okay. And once you get fired, I'm thinking I'm still going to be drinking with them. I'm still going to be playing softball with them. No, man, it was over. That's it. You're done. I mean, a couple times you show up at the bar, you know where the hangout is, and they were cool and what have you. And then it's kind of like once you graduate high school, when you go back at Thanksgiving, it's still okay for you to be there. You know what I mean? That
Right.
first Thanksgiving that you're in college, but you were just there a few months ago. It's okay. You're not out of place. You come back after Christmas to high school. They look at you like, dude, what are you doing there? Your time has come and gone, man. Gotta go. Yeah, but Mrs. Smith and Mr. Murray and what?
No,
That's cute.
Move on.
Get out of here. And by the way, you're taking up a spot in the lot. Get out. So Trent's going to find that out here quickly. We've been doing this 18 years. We got to move on.
Exactly. And, Ed in our Twitch chat room is saying, can we refer to this as Act 4? No. Trent doesn't get his own act.
Oh, please.
Are you kidding me?
As you found out during the break, he didn't even get a Florida driver's license.
He didn't even really live here. This whole thing has been a mirage.
Right.
This is like when I was feeling really bad about it and everything. I'm talking through it, and David goes, "Listen, Trent, we like you, but we've done this for 17 years before you even showed up.
The show's not going to end without you. It's not. People want it to.
It's on life support, but I don't know if it's going to end just yet."
19 before the hour. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Dolphins signed Jalen Waddle, 3-year, 84 and change extension. So he's going to get 28 a quarter a year beginning in 2026. 76 of the 84 is guaranteed. And that's like 90% of the contract guaranteed. That's a good job by the agent there. The AAV, average annual value, makes him the 4th highest paid wide receiver at the moment. The guaranteed money mark is 3rd most all time behind A.J. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, of course, we still got Jefferson, we got Chase, we got Higgins. I mean, this is cute. He'll be in the top. A year from now, will he be in the top 10? Average
a year from now,
he's
4th right now.
4th highest paid wide receiver, AAV right now.
I think a year from now he'll be right around 10.
Okay. And so, like we said, he is signed for 5 more years, and the contract is basically fully guaranteed. Next 2 years.
Would you pay Higgins more than Waddle got paid?
No,
I wouldn't either.
No, Waddle's better than Higgins.
I agree 100%.
But Higgins' agent's thrilled with this deal.
He should be, and so should Chase's agent and Jefferson's agent.
Yeah. No, first digit's definitely a 3. It's just a matter of how crooked's the second digit. Hard Knocks, by the way, picked the Bears. This is interesting. Bears and Giants both were saying to Goodell, no, hate the idea. No. Don't you know who we are? We're one of the founding damn teams of the league. If we say no, it's no. The McCaskies against the Maras. Guess who won? Maras. Bears are Hard Knocks. It's the first time they're going to do Hard Knocks with a team who had the number 1 overall pick, who was a quarterback since Baker Mayfield and the Browns.
He walked into Hugh Jackson's office and said whatever he said.
Yeah. Yep.
And Goff was after being number 1. Weren't the Rams?
Which is before Baker, because that was 2016.
No, I know, but the Rams were as well.
Yes.
That's still when Jeff Fisher was still coaching there.
You're going to call him my buddy, aren't you? All right. This is an interesting story. NCAA and a coalition of states who were suing the NCAA for immediate eligibility for transfers have come to an agreement. The agreement allows for immediate eligibility. It must be signed off by a federal judge in West Virginia. Transfer windows and academic eligibility requirements, however, remain in place. But basically, if you are transferring at the right time and you're academically eligible to transfer, every single transfer now should go through, period. There should be no exceptions. The states that were involved in this lawsuit, Mark: Ohio, West Virginia, Colorado, Illinois, Minnesota, Mississippi, New York, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and the District of Columbia. SEC meetings concluded yesterday. Greg Sankey said, I think Division I athletics can survive together. Okay, saying, I don't think we need to have a break-off. But he hinted strongly that what binds Division I athletics is the NCAA tournament. And in Sankey's estimation, it needs to grow in size. He's been the one, for as much as people like Greg Sankey, and he deserves an awful lot of credit. You could argue he saved college football in 2020. Everybody was wanting to cancel the season. Sankey was like Charlton Heston, at the NRA meeting, over my cold dead hands, no way. But this one we're dead set against him on.
Couldn't be more dead set against him on.
His argument is, do you know how much we've grown in size in terms of all the schools that have now become Division I? And do you know what's not grown in size, basically, is the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell him. It doesn't need to be bigger than that. It doesn't work. It won't work.
Also, we just did the Bill Bender story that he wrote, how would you want your conferences to be? Like they are going to be this year or how they were in 1984? And most people are saying bigger is not better. And that's what we're arguing. The NCAA tournament will not be better if you make it bigger. We think they could maybe go to 72.
I don't even think that's necessary.
I think they could expand Dayton, if you know what I mean.
I know.
Well, and I'm sure there's some people out there that listen to us throughout the bracket process, and they thought that, we wanted Indiana State in and stuff like that. But expanding the tournament doesn't fix that.
And Sankey clearly wants 96.
Well, he's used to all of his teams getting in every other NCAA tournament. All his baseball teams get in, all of his softball teams get in. He just wants all of his basketball teams to get in the damn tournament.
Speaking of college softball, Mark, Texas, Oklahoma, UCLA, and Florida, your winners. It's double elimination. Florida beat Oklahoma State 1-0. The Gators will face top-seeded Texas next. UCLA beat Alabama 4-1. The quote-unquote losers will all face one another in elimination games today. The winners will face each other Saturday, and then they'll play it off from there. Baseball regionals get underway today. Stetson's playing Florida State. Gators are playing Nebraska. Hey, UCF and Alabama never settled that 2018 who was national champion, but they're playing today in the baseball regional.
Stop.
Can we just say winner gets to declare the 2018 national title?
Right.
For those listening in Huntsville, we laughed at UCF. Okay, 6 years ago, we did. Okay, we did. Come on now. I mean, you're the rightful champion. We all know that. Coastal Carolina taking on Vandy. Northern Kentucky taking on Tennessee. NHL, give it up to the Panthers, man. They're the better team. We've been saying they're the better team. Over 7 games, it's tough for the better team not to win a series, even in hockey, even if you're facing arguably the best goalie in the league. Panthers dominated the last 2 periods, scored 2 in the third, and to beat the Rangers 3-2. Lundell, the game winner, mid-third. Bennett with an empty netter with 2 minutes to go, which they needed.
Well, yeah, Bennett actually had the game.
Yeah, that's true. Because then they're up 3-1, but the Rangers scored with 40 seconds to go to make it interesting. Game 6 tomorrow night. Panthers could go to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals, and the guts of this team are signed for the foreseeable future.
You're going to see a handshake line Saturday.
Yeah, I know I am. And it's going to be painful.
And you're going to watch it too, aren't you?
Yeah, damn right I am. It's the best tradition in sports. Damn right I am. Plus, I have respect for the Panthers. I love the way they play. I love they're the best team.
They're the
in the
team
league.
you and I would put together. That's the
Totally.
style of team
Yep.
and we've been saying that since at least February.
And give them credit, too, because they had a pretty fun team 3-4 years ago, and they were getting their doors kicked into the playoffs. And they remodeled it on the fly and got even better. Game 5, Western Conference Finals tonight in Dallas. Series tied at 2, Edmonton at Dallas. Edmonton a winning record on the road. Stars a losing record at home, 4-5 in the playoffs. 8:30 TNT. Congrats to the Mavs. They advanced to the NBA Finals for the 3rd time in franchise history. They beat the T-Wolves 124-103. Luka and Kyrie each with 36. Luka and Kyrie at 44 in the first half. The T-Wolves as a team only had 40. Third trip ever to the finals for the Mavs. They'll face the Celtics, who will be playing in their 23rd NBA Finals. Celtics trying to win their 18th title, which would break the tie with the Lakers. Finals start Thursday in the NBA. NHL announced the Stanley Cup Finals will begin a week from tomorrow, Saturday, June 8th. Our anniversary, by the way. And by our, I don't mean Miller and Moulton. I mean me and my wife.
Good, because I didn't think it was our anniversary.
Ours
I'd have bought you something.
Ours is actually late July. Rays beat the A's 6-5-12. Siri with a homer in the ninth to tie it. Rays a winner. Wander Franco had his administrative leave extended to July 14th. He gets paid his $2 million salary through the 14th of July. Authorities have until July 5th to charge him. I mean, this thing should be settled one way or another in the next 5 weeks. Yankees 8-3 over the Angels. Judge hit his major league leading 18th home run. He's on pace for a 50-plus homer season. However, starting pitcher Clark Schmidt's going on the IL for up to 3 months with a lat injury. Houston avoids the sweep, beats Seattle 4-0. Twins 7-6 over the Royals. Brewers got a Gary Sanchez homer in the eighth, beat the Cubs 6-4. Braves now 6.5 back of the Phillies. They lost to the Nats 3-1. Mets beat the Diamondbacks 3-2, but Arizona had to place their ace, Zach Gallen, on the IL with a hamstring injury. Detroit shut out Boston 5-0. Tigers back to 500. U.S. Women's Open, Nelly Korda put a 10 on a par 3 on her scorecard, third hole of the day. She shot a 10 over 80. Yuka Sasso is the leader at 2 under par. All right. Listen, Lexi Thompson with a 78. That's 8 over. Brooke Henderson, an 80. Rose Zhang, a 79.
And 2 amateurs, I believe, shot 1 under.
Correct. Canadian Open, David Skins with an 8 under 62 as a one-shot lead. Rory is tied for 6th at 4 under. French Open, top seeds on the women's side. A lot of them advanced, but the 9 and the 11 seeds got upset. Good day for the Americans. Madison Keys, Navarro, and 22-year-old Peyton Stearns upset the 10 seed to advance to the third round. On the men's side, basically all the top seeds won. Djokovic, Medvedev, Dimitrov, you name it. Hendrick Motorsports officially requesting a waiver for Kyle Larson. They made it official. The fact that NASCAR has not, they have gone most of this week and not settled this, to me, is surprising. You?
I'm stunned they haven't settled it one way or another. I believe they're going to give him the waiver when it's all said and done, though.
Could you imagine if they don't? Hendrick Motorsports and Kyle Larson, all the publicity, all this, all that, and then they don't let him compete in the playoffs? Who would ever attempt it again?
No one. And that's what they would completely eliminate, is anybody trying to do a double ever again.
And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Some people commenting in the Twitch chat room about the Wander Franco. His salary for this year is $2 million. So the Rays will be on the hook for basically $1 million of this season, and then it'll hopefully be resolved. Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Franco has not yet charged with a crime. The investigation remains underway. Prosecutors have delivered a lot of evidence. Okay. They've accused him of commercial sexual exploitation and money laundering, but they have not filed formal charges. They have until July 5th to do so. That's why Major League Baseball extended the administrative leave beyond that.
In what country did this happen in?
Dominican Republic. But the big money part of his 11-year, $182 million deal has not kicked in yet. So well, I have no idea about arena availability, Mr. Butte. I don't, but usually the logistics that we're dealing with are ABCs. When do they want the finals to begin? I don't know about you, Mark, but I like the fact that both, I mean, hockey never went 2-3-2, did they? Hockey? I don't think hockey ever went. They did?
Yeah.
Hockey went 2-3-2?
Thought so.
Because basketball did for a long time. They're back to 2-2-1-1-1, which I like. Because basketball went 2-3-2 in 85 when they thought the Lakers and Celtics were going to be playing every year.
Right.
And they kept it 2-3-2 to like only a few years ago.
Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Happy Friday. Trent's last day as officially part of the show. He may fill in a handful of times over the next couple months because Miller and Moulton have made plans and he's abandoning us. He'll be dead to us soon. Don't you worry. He thinks he's taking a sabbatical.
He's on life support and doesn't know it.
Right. And he's coming back for football season. Hey, guys, I'm back. How's your summer been? He doesn't really. He'll learn. He's young. 85, 92, 97 are the magic numbers. 12 weeks tomorrow, baby. Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Dublin. 13 weeks tomorrow, that first Saturday of the college football season. Florida, Miami, in 114-degree heat in the swamp. And 14 weeks yesterday. Chiefs and Ravens. 14 weeks today, Eagles, Packers in Brazil on Peacock.
Florida, Miami, by the way.
3:30.
As Mark keeps talking about.
3:30.
Maybe as big of an opening game as you can get
For
for both
both.
teams.
Yeah.
It's monstrous.
Yes. Yes, it is.
One coach, I don't know. I don't want to say Napier's on the hot seat, but it's warm.
Oh, it's definitely warm, and we're not talking the temperature on August 31st. No,
but it
it's
becomes
warm.
hot if he loses the Miami game.
Right.
The moment if he loses that game, the seat becomes hot. And Cristobal's gets warm if they lose.
Yeah. They can't afford to get rid of Cristobal after this year,
No,
even
no,
if they
no.
go 5-7. But
But
they,
it gets warm.
they officially begin to sour on him if they lose to the Gators. And that's, I think, from a betting line standpoint, I think it's a point or two either way. It's going to be a virtual toss-up game. It's a fascinating first game of the year.
And we've got plenty of time to get into a fascinating first game of the year because there was two pretty damn good games last night that we did a little bit on the starting five, but really haven't talked about at all.
Well, one good game and one great
Performance. Sorry, yes.
I'm actually getting fired up for the NBA Finals.
Oh, I am too.
Because this Dallas team is fun.
And Boston has a tremendous amount of pressure on them.
Yeah, it's title or bust for the Celtics. Mavs have overachieved. They're a 5 seed. Now they're obviously a good team. They're, I think, a 50-win 5 seed. But I mean, Boston's a 64-win team.
Right, but the best player doesn't play for the 64-win team.
No, he doesn't.
And it ain't close. And Tatum's an all-NBA player.
At first team.
Right.
Right.
And again, I want to emphasize,
right,
it ain't close who the best player is.
Is Luka the second best player in the league right now?
Yes. Trent?
Second best player in the league.
Yeah.
I mean, Jokic is the best.
Top 5. Undisputed. Top
Well,
5.
no. That's not what we're asking.
First team All NBA. Is Luka the second best player in the league today? Not career. Second best player in the league today. Okay, if you put all the general managers down and they were drafting from the league, we think more GMs would take Jokic than anybody else first, right?
Right, and especially if we're just looking 1 year. You're
Right.
not looking at how they play
Who would go
down
to?
the road game.
Who would
Luka.
go to?
Yeah, and to your point, I think some GMs would take Luka first.
I think they would too. Ball in his hands a little more. But
Yeah, I don't think that's a stretch at all.
I feel
Luka,
badly
1 or
for
2.
The Atlanta Hawks because in retrospect, I mean, that's one of those things, if you go back, it was just assumed. It was as if it was prearranged that the Mavs and the Hawks were going to work this out. Okay, one was drafting 3, one was drafting 5. I mean, this was talked about for 24 hours before it happened. Yeah, the one's going to take Trae Young, the other's going to take Luka. They're going to swap them. They're going to throw in a first-round pick. Yeah, everybody's cool with it. Memphis had the pick in between. They took like Jaren Jackson.
Jaren Jackson, yeah. And I remember when it happened, I forget who said it, but someone on the 4-letter network said these two are going to be compared for the rest of their careers, and that ain't working out so well for Trae Young right now.
Which is funny because who got to the conference finals first?
Trae Young.
2021. Right. Atlanta made their run, got to the conference finals, and they were 2-2 with Milwaukee that year.
Right, now Trae Young's probably going to get dealt.
Right. And
Right,
Luka's
so-
gone to 2 conference finals in 3 years and now an NBA final.
And so Trae Young has a chance to come on strong here, but he's not going to be the player that Luka is. But in terms of winning, I mean, he could go link up with
Well, it'll be interesting
whoever.
where he ends up.
Yeah.
But then back to Boston. You know, this group went to the final 2 years ago. Lost. There are a lot of people in the league that were like, you know, they were the better team, but they didn't know how to win. The other guys knew how to win, and they had Steph. And once it got close, Steph said, I'll take it from here.
I think part of the narrative with the Celtics that's getting lost is how important Drew Holiday is for that reason that you just laid out. He's a champion. They bring him in. He's their best defender.
Okay. Well, but, I mean, we got plenty of time to get into this. Finals start Thursday night. But Celtics have to pick. He is their best defender. Okay. Who are you putting him on?
Well, the other thing is that Boston's done this without Porzingis being a part of the playoffs really at all.
Right.
And one of the stats I heard is that basically, you know, the lob city and all those things, that's what Dallas is. They have more lob dunks than any other team in the NBA.
which makes sense because the two guys that we're talking about, Luka and Kyrie, what do? They break teams down with their penetration. A double team has to come over to stop them from getting to the rim, so they throw it up on the rim, and somebody's there to just dunk it.
And that's where they think Porzingis could play a really big part in this final with his size of negating some of that.
A, can he get on the floor? B, can he stay on the floor? And C, will he be any good? He hasn't played in over a month.
Well, and also his A game, if you compare this to the Celtics team of the past, because like we've said, they've made runs now for half a decade. He's the best big they've had. I mean, they've had Robert Williams, they've had Grant Williams, they've had Horford, but he's a bit older. Like if Porzingis' A game is on the table.
His A game.
Right.
His A game.
He's
and
excellent.
ironic, by the way, where was Porzingis a couple of years ago?
Dallas. And Washington and New York.
He was acquired by Dallas to be the Robin to Luka.
Right.
And it didn't work
at all.
And for the record, it's just kind of funny how this works because Kyrie as the Robin to Luka, that was a mess last year. Give him a full offseason to work it out, and now they're in the finals.
Each with 36 last night.
Well, you know, David, you had to take off for your screens yesterday in the last hour. And when Trent and I were kind of breaking the game down, I said, I took the points. I thought the T-Wolves would win, but I was afraid to lay it because the games had all been close until last night, and we had a blowout.
What'd you get, like 5.5?
5.
Like that? Okay.
But I put the over. I said that Cat and Ant had to get to 55. Had to get to 55 to give them a chance. Better if it was 60. They had 56.
Now, a lot of it was in the second half,
right.
Though. I mean, Luka and Kyrie had 44 in the first half. The T-Wolves as a team had 40.
Luka outscored the T-Wolves by himself in the first quarter.
Right.
20-19, was it?
You know, he's trash talking everybody, by the way. Everybody. Celebrities sitting courtside. I mean, has anybody been saying anything bad about Luka? I mean, that's my thing here.
Well, that's the one thing, you know, Luka out of this next group of young players, and he's still in that group. He's the biggest alpha dog.
Yeah.
You know, Ant doesn't have that, and he may get it, but he doesn't have that trash-talking alpha dog mentality on the court. He's a great player. I'm not taking anything away from the player. Luka's the one. He's the dog.
The balance of alpha, trash talk, and then the big one, backing it up. It doesn't get any better than Luka right now.
And then Jeff Goodman, who covers college basketball, but he's based in New England. And he, after Dallas, late in the game, they were going to win. They were going to face Boston in the finals. He said, there is no athlete hated in Boston more right now than Kyrie Irving.
And that is enough for me to watch by itself. And this is where I will fully admit it, my anti-Boston mentality.
So you're all in on the Mavs.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
And you want Kyrie to just...
Finals MVP.
That would be great. That'd be awesome for the plot. A league that's kind of fishing for headlines. We're talking about, is the league in a good place, a bad place? Kyrie Irving sticking it to Boston, and say they do it in like 5 games.
Wow.
I don't care how they do it. But it's Boston's the team with the pressure on them.
Totally. It's title or bust for the Celtics this year.
And now the really long layoff, how's that going to affect them in game 1 and 2?
What's it going to be, 10 days for Boston?
Mm-hmm.
Did they wrap it up on Sunday or Monday?
Sunday, I believe. Yeah.
And so they're not playing till, a week from yesterday. So they're going to go 9-10 days without playing. I mean, as it is, the Mavs are going to go a week. Final start next Thursday in the NBA. Final start a week from tomorrow in the Stanley Cup. And so, yeah, the Panthers may end up waiting a week. But remember, the other series is 2-2. They play game 5 tonight. They're going to play game 6 Sunday. And so the NHL had to schedule, assuming with both series at 2-2, they had to assume series going 7. And so, and plus TV, because who has both finals? ABC. And also, there's a chance that Dallas is involved in both finals. We know now they're involved in the NBA finals. they're still favored to be involved in the Stanley Cup Finals. So that's arena availability. So that's why it took the NHL until last night to finally release their schedule. So NBA Finals next Thursday, Stanley Cup Finals begin a week from tomorrow.
And can the Cowboys overcome what's happened
How does this
with the Mavs and the Stars?
How does this affect Dak Prescott and his contract negotiations?
Exactly.
How does this affect the Cowboys going all in?
Do you know
in the
how
offseason?
Do you know how bad this is for Dak Prescott? You've got Luka, who is the head cowboy, pardon the pun, on the horse with the white hat, trash talking, grabbing the other people's women, drinking shots, okay, putting the women on the horse with them and riding out of town with them. And then you got Dak and the Cowboys going, well, they're just hoping to do the best we can. You know, we're all in.
Even though none of us have contracts past this year.
Right. We have one squat.
Not a damn thing.
Miller and Moulton. Got a good show for you. And the final Trent Valley Play of the Day is next.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold.
All right, we're back. Michael, no, I did not say I wanted a game 6. I would have gladly have taken the Rangers winning in 5. But yes, I bought the tickets when they were up 2-1 because, and I said that, come on, this series is not ending in 5. Just wasn't. The Panthers are too good. The Panthers are a better team, Michael. They are. Doesn't mean the Rangers can't win, but they're the better team. There's only been one time in my life that the Rangers were the best team, and it was the year they won it. They've been very, very good. They've had the second best team or the third best team, but I really believe, Mark, in your lifetime, has the Rangers ever been the best team? 94.
94.
That was it. That was it.
What would you say about the Wings in your lifetime?
Oh, God. They were the best team several times.
And they were the best team some years they didn't win.
Right.
95, they were the best team. They didn't know how to handle New Jersey, though.
No one did.
When did the
Right.
Avs beat them? 96? Or was that before?
96, they beat them in the conference final.
I mean,
But-
but the Wings had a 10-year run where you're like, they can win the last game.
Listen, I think the Wings were the better team when Pittsburgh beat them in 09 in Game 7.
Were the Giants the best team ever when they won their Super Bowls?
80, their first Super Bowl, they were the
86.
best team that year.
Okay.
They got better there were times during that year that the Bears were still the best team. There was a moment in time which the Redskins looked like they were the best team, but by the end of the regular season, you were like, yeah, you're going to have to go through the Giants. But that's the only time although I will say they were the best team in 08 and then Plaxico shot himself in the nightclub. They were 11-1. And they went into Pittsburgh and humiliated the Steelers. And that's who ended up going to the Super Bowl and winning it that year. The Giants, with Plaxico, they were 11-1 when he shot himself.
I
They won
remember
one
that,
game
yeah.
the rest of the year. With Plaxico, they were the best team in the league.
So we're going out to dinner with some friends Saturday and had to get a babysitter. My mom's out of town. Got a couple of no's. We went to the gymnastics coach and said, because she doesn't, but does she know anybody? So she threw it out in the group chat and we got someone to babysit. Now we don't know who this person is. So we'll meet him Saturday night.
Okay. No, Irish. The Rangers weren't the best team in 95. No. I mean, they got swept in the second round that year.
Do we think the Chiefs were the best team last year?
Not necessarily,
I don't either.
but it was they were really close and they had the best player.
Yeah.
And that's why, I mean, the Rangers are capable of winning the series. They're close enough to the Panthers, and they have the goalie. They could win this series. To me, it'd be stealing it. They can still win the series. I don't think they will, but
I hope they do. I hope they win for you in Game 6. at
well,
least, so
what
that you can-
Ranger fans are clinging to, since everybody's making the 94-24 comparison, the Rangers in the conference final lost Game 5 at home to the Devils and had to go to Jersey to win Game 6, and that was
The difference is
there's no Mark Messier.
that team had a Mark Messier.
I know.
And if your team has a Mark Messier,
We wouldn't be down 3-2.
I hope they win for you, though. At least, you know, when you're there is what I'm saying, because I know all too well that feeling that sucks. You spend all that money,
Well-
you invest all that time and that energy, and they let you down. There's no worse feeling.
Well, if they lose, I mean,
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour on this Friday, final day of May, Trent's final day with Miller and Moulton, full time. He thinks he's taking a sabbatical. He's coming back before football season. Trying to tell him that's not how it works. It's like, come on, guys. It'll be fun. Have a good summer. I'll see you in time for school.
he thinks he's a snowbird, for crying out loud.
Here in Lee County, it's the final day of school. Trent thinks he's saying goodbye to us. Okay.
Right, for 8 to 10 weeks and just can come back when
Right.
school starts.
He's going
again.
to summer camp. Okay. Going away. You know, hey, I'm going out of state. Okay. You know, you have a great summer. Can't wait to see you again for school.
Going to that Interlochen music camp.
You know, he thinks like he's ending grade school now and he's going to join us in middle school, you know, right around Labor Day or something. But rude awakening. 85, 92, 97, the magic numbers, by the way, for week 0, week 1 of the college football season. And then Ravens Chiefs 97 days away. We just talked a lot about the NBA finals, which will be Boston and Dallas. Celtics, by the way, this will be their 23rd finals. They've only lost 5 times. And for the longest time, they had only lost once. They lost in 58, I think it was. And then Russell and Auerbach never lost again. And then the 70s, you know, the Heintzen Celtics won in 74 and 76. When they got to the finals, they won. They beat Kareem and the Bucks in 74 in 7. And then the famous Phoenix
Suns
series with the epic game 5, triple overtime and all that. And so then they get into the 80s. Larry makes the finals in 81. They win. They beat the Lakers in 7 and 84. Tragic magic. Lakers blew that series. Okay, Celtics won it. So heading into the 85 finals, the Celtics had been in however many finals it was. They'd only lost once. They're 17-5 in the finals.
That's remarkable.
Yeah.
I mean, that is absolutely staggering, the level of success that they've had.
Yet at the same time, for all the winning that this franchise has done recently, this century even, because they had a nice run in the 2000s, made some conference finals, you know, obviously made the final in 08 and won, made the final in 2010 and lost. They've only won the title once since the 86 team with Bill Walton coming off the bench as 6th man of the year. They've won one title in nearly 40 years.
And that's why the discussions of Lakers Celtics, I always lean Lakers just because.
In your lifetime, the Lakers have done the winning.
Correct.
Lakers and Celtics tied with 17 titles each. Boston obviously trying to break the tie.
And it's a little baffling because the Celtics have been, it's not like they went away for a while. The Lakers went away. You know, the Celtics have been good. This is Tatum's second finals. Tatum's rookie year, they went to the conference finals and lost to LeBron. What are you going to do in 7 games?
Oh, yeah. He's been to 4 or 5 conference finals. He's 26 years old.
That bum.
Right. I know. He gets nothing but dogged, by the way, on all these talking head shows.
I know.
First team All-NBA. Apparently the guy sucks. On to hockey, though. I know, you know, Florida is Sunshine State. Football. You know, certain things associated with Florida. Oranges. You know, what else you want to, tourism, beaches. Florida's becoming the hockey state. The Panthers said to the Lightning, hey, thanks for what you started. Now we'll take over.
Right. We've got the rest of this decade covered.
Yeah, we think we do. You know, we appreciate what you guys did. 2020, 2021, 2022, went to 3 straight finals, won 2 of them. Good job by you. We learned from you. You kicked our butt a couple times in the playoffs. We learned from you. Last year, finals. This year, game away from the finals. Favored to get there.
You know what I found interesting is we have a couple of diehard Lightning fans that text the show and make posts and are in the Twitch chat room. They are incredibly anti-Florida Panther. It isn't, hey, Florida team, how about you keep this going? It's, oh, no, you guys couldn't suck enough, and I want you out. I do not want any part of the mantle being taken by the Florida Panthers from the Tampa Bay Lightning.
My brother-in-law, and it's not because, you know, we're semi-fond of each other. It's because he's a Lightning fan. He has not texted me for a very long time. I have received texts throughout this conference final from my brother-in-law. And I know he's not, you know, he's a little bit, hey, I know you're a Ranger fan and what have you, but it's very an anti, you know, he wants the Panthers. He wanted a sweep from the Rangers. I mean, he might take this if the Panthers win this series and go to the finals. He might take it harder than me.
And you're a diehard, and even you can admit that the Panthers are likable.
I told him, you know, first text he sent me, I go, you do know they're the better team. I finally got him to grudgingly admit after game 4 that they were a good team. I felt that was a win. It took a week. I got my brother-in-law the diehard Lightning fan to at least admit the Panthers were good.
I'll tell you, I really like this Panther team. I have for a couple of years. I enjoy watching. I love the way they play. It's how I would build a team if I were a GM. Everything about their style, I love. Paul Maurice is gold. I mean, his quotes are great. He actually genuinely seems to, and I said this yesterday when you were gone, he actually listens to the reporter ask him a question and answers the question. You know, Pop, take notice.
Right.
The other coach ain't listening. There's nothing you're going to say that's going to change their schematic defense of you. So just answer the damn question. And he does it with a smile on his face and seems to, be willing to go give himself out there. So I love Paul Maurice. But I'm watching that third period last night. And when it's still won before Florida scored going, they get chance after chance after chance. And I'm going, it's going to end up in the back of their net.
Yeah.
That's the way that's the way hockey goes.
Yep.
And the Rangers had some chances with it 1-1 and couldn't bury it.
Nope. Couldn't bury the biscuit. Came back to bite them. Panthers, having taken control of the series, are up 3-2. Get game 6 at home. Rangers have in their history lost game 5 at home and gone on the road and won game 6. The famous one is 30 years ago when they won their cup, but also even in 2015 with the Lightning. They lost game 5 at home to the Lightning, fell down 3-2. They went to Tampa and won game 6. Lightning then went to the Garden and beat them game 7 to go to the finals. But Panthers have been better on the road than at home in these playoffs. Even though they went 3-0 against the Lightning, they went 1-2 at home against the Bruins, and they split the 2 games against the Rangers. They've actually lost 3 of their last 5 home playoff games. Panthers have been money on the road.
And that's a sign of a gritty team that
their style travels.
They've won 5 of their last 6 road playoff games.
When you're the more aggressive team and you take the body, you can play anywhere. And Forsland, the defenseman there has turned into a star.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
4 goals in the playoffs.
They're the deepest team in the league. They're the deepest, best team in the league, and they went to the finals last year. I mean, if this was a team that you rooted for, you would say they're perfectly positioned to win the championship. This is how it usually goes in sports, right? You put a good team together. This is a 4-year run for them. They hadn't won a playoff series in 25 years. 4 years ago, they win a playoff series. 3 years ago, the President's Trophy winners. The Lightning teach them how to win. They make a couple of bold moves to get more physical. The moves have worked out amazingly well. Last year, they go to the finals. This year, they're a game away from returning to the finals. The core of their team, their goalie's 34. The rest of the team is in its late 20s. They're the Lightning. They're the Lightning from 4 or 5 years ago, aren't they?
100%. With maybe even more grit.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into
We're not on the air, right?
I found it too, so we'll have that.
So you have the whole sequence.
Yeah, it's like 30 seconds long.
We'll do that at 8. Do that. Just get that ready for 8:20 for the
Okay.
second 8 o'clock segment.
I figured Feeney since I was in the 239.
No. Then we had one for Friday earlier this week.
Should we do, if Trent wants to come back, should we bring him back? Yes or no, man? Once you leave.
The Book of Miller and Moulton, number 3. It's nice to have a Vasilevsky.
Yeah. Nice to have a Joe Burrow
That's number 2.
and a Vasilevsky. Yep.
Number 1, of course, it's a TV show.
It is. I didn't see this. So they do the presser last night with Maurice, and the guy says, hey, I don't know if you've seen the stat sheet, but you guys only had one giveaway all night. Maurice starts laughing. He goes, that's awesome. He goes, don't tell me who had it. And the guy goes, well, don't you want to know? And he goes, better not be the
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Rob Ellis going to join us at the top of the hour. Armando Velez, who covers the Panthers, will join us 1 hour from now. Daniel Wallach, who was scheduled yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour, will join us today in the 9 o'clock hour. And we'll ask him about the Florida Gaming Compact and the Supreme Court. He's our legal expert, and he will chime in about that. 85, 92, and 97 days away from week 0, week 1 of the college football season, and week 1 of the NFL. Trent's last 2.5 hours associated with Miller and Moulton. I mean, we just blew him off last segment. Play of the day? No.
He did all the work for it, was all ready, and we just blew right through it.
Tough. All right. You're leaving us. We're, the segment leaves with you. So,
Listen, blowing through the play of the day is a good problem to have. That means we got a lot to talk about.
And we do. We were talking hockey last segment, and the Panthers getting it done, a game away from returning to the finals. All right, we'll get it out of the way now. The Molly-made play of the day. Trent, what do you have?
Well, it is Doug Plagens on the call for the Panthers in Anton Lundell's third period go-ahead winner from Game 5 last night.
Then on for Lundell, left side of the circle. Lundell a shot, and he scores! Anton Lundell gives the Panthers their first lead of the night. He lets it rip out of the left circle. It's 2-1 with 9:38 to play here in the third.
First lead of the night. Only lead they needed, I guess, technically. David's going to Game 6. This series could just be getting started, if you know what I mean.
No.
You're that. You are that.
No, but you said getting started. I mean, they've had 4 one-goal games in a row. I mean, come on now. The series is definitely underway. And the one game that ended 3-0 was 1-0 with 4 minutes to go. I mean, trust me, this series has been underway.
This series has been fantastic. And the other side of it is that the Rangers are going to have to do something miraculous because they've not been the best team.
No.
But like we talked about yesterday, Mark, at the end of the show, they find ways to win. So you juxtapose that with the better team, maybe the best team in the NHL, the Panthers, and then a gritty team with the best player. They find ways to win, and they're on the brink of elimination.
We'll see. Or did their run go as far as it could go? I mean, when they won Game 3 in overtime, I said, I don't know if they're going to win another game. I mean, they only got outchanced in that game 108-44. I mean, how many games do you think you're going to win? The next game, by the way, they got outchanced like 88-46. I mean, so it's not like this has changed. They actually played better last night.
David, last night in the first period, because the Rangers came out flying.
Yep.
And at one point, I noticed the shots were 7-3 Rangers. The next time I happened to look at the shots was in the third period, when it was 28-22 Florida.
And at one point late, it was 38-28 Florida. Right.
I mean, they totally dominated that game.
And they get stronger as the games go on. Take a look at the third period.
They're the best third period team in the league.
And I think in this series, goals are 6-2.
They have built a style that is perfect for the postseason.
They're great in the third period. They're great on the road.
Yeah.
It's tough to...
Their style travels.
It's tough to have a better recipe than that.
But they need one more to return, and we'll see if they get it.
And the Rangers have a Shesterkin.
They do. That helps. That helps. He's not a Vasilevsky yet.
Oh, he's close.
He is, but you got to have the hardware though to be a Vasilevsky. Right. He's really good. He's probably the best in the league. Which also shows you, by the way, how good the Panthers are. I mean, they're playing a team that's a really good team with the best goalie in the league, and they are outplaying them. I mean, that's a fact.
Well, and the other thing that you got to give Paul Maurice a lot of credit for, I believe, David. I worked in that sport for a long time. And when players are having trouble scoring goals against a good goaltender, their confidence wanes. And they start, as the old phrase, they're gripping the stick too tight. Well, Maurice doesn't seem to allow his team to put that type of pressure on themselves.
Also, coaching lesson, they lose game 2 in overtime. And afterwards he goes, series is 1-1. I kind of expected that. 2 really good teams, blah, blah, blah. And so they're like, you okay with this? He goes, I don't know about okay, but I can accept it. See you at sunrise. They lose game 3 in overtime. And afterwards he goes, it's tough, but sometimes you need a little angst. He goes, and we took it to him tonight and we didn't win. I have a feeling the guys, they're going to be a little, and it wasn't angst, but it was a word that meant angst. And he said, I have a feeling now the guys are going to be, whatever that word was. He goes, the rest of the way. He goes, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
And that attitude is what makes hockey, playoff hockey in particular.
And I got to tell you, Barkov wasn't great on faceoffs last night, but Barkov, his strength when he has the puck is unmatched. Connor McDavid's the best player in the league. He's the fastest skater. When he has the puck, what he can do with it is incredible. I'm not trying to put Barkov in that category, but as a two-way, 200-foot player, he is so strong.
Might be the best in the game over 200 feet. I mean, it really might be. Going back 15 years, wasn't Datsuk in his prime? He was the best player for 200 feet. He wasn't the most dynamic goal scorer and what have you, but I still, up until maybe now, to me, Crosby's been the best 200-foot player in the league, I think, for the last 3 to 5 years. I really do. He can win faceoffs. Okay, when he wants to, he can check you. He can. He's been doing everything. The year he just put on the board at 35, 36 years of age was remarkable. And Barkov's 27.
Right, and they've got him locked up.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yep. And the hockey cap, by the way, is now going to start. They got tied down the whole pandemic, and the union had to borrow money from the league, so the cap was only going up $1 million a year. The hockey cap's going to start going up here. I think it's $4 or so million this year, but then it's supposed to, give teams some flexibility.
And that $4 million is going to be needed by a lot of teams. Tampa Bay.
Yeah, no doubt. Word is they're looking to trade Jeanette. They made that deal a couple of years ago. It hasn't worked out. Thought he'd be a really good second line, winger. It just hasn't worked out. It looks as if that's the guy they're trying to unload. They want to hold on to Cernak and Cirelli and what have you and trade, Jeanette if they can.
Do you think that's the right call?
Absolutely. He's been the least productive of all the guys. But because he's the least productive, he's the hardest one. I mean, you're buying potential. You're buying the guy he was before Tampa acquired him.
But it's a hard cap. There's no flexibility to it. You're taking on the full salary when you're taking on someone, and that's the problem there.
Lead story, you could argue, Dolphins signing Jalen Waddle. Boy, receivers are getting paid. 3-year, $84.75 million extension. That's $28.25 million a year for 3 years. It's almost fully guaranteed, 90% guaranteed. It's an extension. It doesn't kick in until 2026. So they got Waddle signed for 5 years. It'll take him up to the year he turns 30. So they got him. I mean, in theory, with the way they're paying him, when this contract's done, does he have to be the best receiver in Dolphins history?
Should be. And can be.
That's
in terms of what they're paying for.
No, I understand, but
I mean, they got Warfield 50 years ago at the end of his Hall of Fame career. He was dynamic still, but obviously Duper and Clayton, in the 80s, Duper and Clayton. But for what you're paying Waddle, and in theory, you're going to have him for 8 years, his prime. At the end of those 8 years, if you're the Dolphins.
So you're saying he needs to be a Ring of Honor guy?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what you're really saying.
I am. Not necessarily retire the number.
No. Ring of Honor guy.
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
Well, coming with Ring of Honor means long postseason runs.
Or at least, how about some
a postseason run?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And that's hard to put on a receiver.
I understand.
Because if Waddle is going to get into the Ring of Honor, that means that the guy who's throwing him the football
needs to be at least damn close to getting.
You're damn right, David.
Yep, I agree with that.
And that's the great unknown. And you and I are both Tua guys.
We are.
I don't think of Tua at any point as a Ring of Honor type of quarterback.
Do you think he's the third best quarterback in Dolphins history? Or not yet? Because we all know who the first
Not
two
yet.
are. It's Marino and Greasy, and they're Hall of Famers and all
Not
that.
yet.
So you think whether it's...
I mean, he needs another Jay Fiedler type of year.
Tannehill?
He almost... Stop. Hold on a second. You almost, you were a split second away of keeping the straight face and pulling that line off. You're the comedian that turns away from his audience. 90% delivered it, couldn't hold it.
No, I couldn't hold it.
You were the figure skater who couldn't hold the landing. You were so close. Then you spun out of it at the end. Jay Fiedler, that's a good one.
Thank you.
It's quality material right there, Mr. Miller.
Well, he has to be, but I don't think he's there yet.
All right, fair enough. It's got to be close, though. If he puts up this year what he did last year, third best quarterback in franchise history?
Yes.
Jumps past Strock, jumps past, believe it or not, Tannehill.
Ryan Tannehill.
Right.
That shows you the canyon
Mm-hmm.
between 2 and 3 in this organization.
Yeah.
Canyon.
But if they go on a deep run or they make a Super Bowl, it wouldn't be a canyon.
No, but right now.
Right now it is.
Could they win a playoff game? We'll say it again. Bill Clinton was president last time they won a playoff game. If that seems like a long time ago, this just in. It was.
They need to make a playoff run.
That's why, I really wonder if, like the Tennessee Titans of 3 years ago, if the Dolphins moment was last year and we're going to look back 5 years from now and go, man, if they had just beaten the Titans, they would have won the division. They would have been the 2 seed. They would have beaten that 10-7 Steelers team in the first round. Right? They would have hosted the Chiefs as opposed to going in the 30 degrees below zero weather and not being equipped for it. They would have got them at home. At least would have had a puncher's chance. Would have accomplished something. Would have won a division. Would have won a playoff game. Something to build on.
Win a damn division.
Yeah. 2002, last time they won one.
And they're the third betting favorite to win the division this year, even though the odds are extremely close between Buffalo, the Jets, and the Dolphins.
Actually, my mistake. Jets are 0-2, Dolphins are 0-8. Year Brady got hurt. Dolphins won the division.
And did he really win a division in a year when Brady gets hurt?
Yeah, I mean, Patriots did put 11-5 on the board. It's not like Brady got hurt and they fell apart.
No, I understand that.
So they threw 11-5 on the board. They said to the Dolphins, you're going to have to earn it. I think 11-5 earns it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give them it. Like the Jets won it in 2002 where they won a 9-7 tiebreaker with the Patriots and the Dolphins. I mean, that's as of a division title as you can have.
It's like the NFC South nowadays.
Right. It's like last year. The Bucs won the division, and most people are like,
But they won a playoff game.
So
they won the division.
Darn right. Like the year before when they went 8-9 and won the division and got smacked in the first round. Last year, and like that Jets team, by the way, no, too, I think they won the wild card game. So, yeah, it counts. But Waddle getting paid, and you still got Jefferson of the Vikings, Chase of the Bengals, Higgins of the Bengals. Who else is lining up? Diggs is going to want a new deal here in a year.
Well, that's
CD.
not going to happen. CD is right. But Diggs, Pat Kerwin talked about with them signing Collins, Diggs isn't getting paid in Houston.
Probably not. Probably not. Then again,
Cap where it's going.
and say they go one round further this year than they went last year. If you're the Texans, you sure you're going to break that up? Remember, you got the quarterback on a rookie deal. You can pay a few people for a couple years. Just saying.
If they win a couple playoff games and go one round further, like you
Right.
said,
That'd be the AFC Championship game. You
they'll
sure
pay
you're not
Diggs.
bringing him back?
they'll bring him back.
Probably not long term, but I'll bet he gets 2 for 60. Similar, like the Mike Evans deal with the Bucks. What was it, like 2 for 46? I'll bet they do something like that.
And guarantee a lot of it.
Right.
Guarantee 1 year for sure. 1.5. That seems to be the going rate.
Miller and Moulton. Rob Ellis. Talk a little Philly sports and a few other things. Next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Yeah, if I don't get a show, I could go a week without getting a text, unless I got work stuff going on. That's how infrequently I text people.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, outside of
So you and the wife don't text
the
much
wife,
during
outside of the wife.
Okay. Is she a texter during the day? How's it
Not really,
going?
because
she's so busy.
She's busy. I usually try to send one around lunchtime because I feel guilty because I'm doing nothing.
When you're hitting balls on the
watching
the
a show. I'm sitting my fat ass on the couch watching a show
right before you're gonna nap.
Right. throw on the next week tonight with John Oliver, and usually that long story will bore me to a nap. It's been on a few times. I don't know if it was ice cream or what. I don't know. I've seen it so many times now. It makes me a little nauseous.
Ooh. Hey, wait another minute. Okay, I was supposed to text him. I texted him late, so wait another minute if you could, or 30 seconds. Thanks. Yep, we agree, Feeney. I think he's a Hall of Famer now. I think if he retired, he'd be a Hall of Famer. He's done something no other receiver's ever done. I think that'll get him in.
DC, that's a great idea. You know I'm producing the show now, right? Any extras aren't going to happen between now and the fall.
Until Trent comes back.
Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Third hour of Miller and Moulton on this Friday, on this final day of May, Trent's final day with the show. Armando Velez will join us coming up later in the hour to talk the Panthers, a win away from a return to the finals. Legal expert Daniel Wallach joins us 1 hour from now to talk about the Florida Gaming Compact and its consideration by the U.S. Supreme Court. But Rob Ellis is kind enough to join us. He of 94 WIP in Philly, and he also hosts Sports Take on Jacob Media's YouTube channel. Follow Rob on X at @REllisSports. @REllisSports. Rob, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
D&M, what's going on, fellas? How we doing?
Well, we're fine. By the way, congratulations on, it's one thing for a couple of yahoos in Florida to say you're pretty good and, we really like your work. You've been getting some local ink and recognition here the last couple of months. Good for you.
Oh, appreciate it, guys. You know what, man? Those checks I cut go a long way.
All right. Well
spent. Yeah.
This is, I'm curious. NBA Finals. Your thoughts going to the finals, because this could have been such a different year for Philadelphia and what they need going forward. But as you watch NBA Finals, do you think that the Sixers are close?
Oh boy. No, guys, and here's why. Because everything is contingent upon Joel Embiid's health. Before he went down this season, they were off to a great start, and it's the same thing over and over again every year. It's a broken record. So, yeah, if you can hypothetically tell me he's going to last 82 games and be good into a playoff, I think they contend with anybody. Ultimately, I don't think they're better than Boston, but if he's healthy they can play with anybody. The problem is, guys, he can't stay healthy. And it's not a soft thing. It's not that he doesn't want to be there. I just don't think his body can hold up. Everybody's built differently. And it's unfortunate for the Sixers because he is such a singular talent. And Maxey has become such a great, Robin to his Batman, but he can't stay healthy. So, and it's a weird thing because they're set up very well this offseason with money. Basically, there's only two guys coming back, Maxey and Embiid. But the problem is it's a really bad season to have, or off-season, to have all of this money and all of these options because it's a lot of older, oft-injured, pricey kind of guys.
Is there a Kyrie type player out there for the Sixers, if you know what I mean? Because if I was a Sixers fan and I'm watching what's going on in Dallas, I would be gritting my teeth going, that's what Harden was supposed to do for us, you blankety blank. But I'm just wondering, would Paul George be the answer? If they spend the resources on Paul George and put a few minimum guys around those three, would that be the answer?
I don't think so. Here's the thing with Paul George specifically. I mean, he's another guy, and I know he got through last year pretty clean health-wise, but he's had a lot. He's had his fair share. Shoulders, he had the bad leg injury. And if you talk to Clipper fans, they are really down on him. Very similar to the way that Sixers fans feel about Tobias Harris. Kind of disappeared at the end of games. I think Paul George is ultimately a better player than Tobias Harris. Don't get me wrong. But they need another alpha dog, the Sixers do. And I don't know that Paul George is that guy at this point. To me, I would rather they try and get creative here. I'd rather build this thing, honestly, kind of the way the Knicks did around Brunson and get really quality role players. I don't just mean some guy who can fill up get you some minutes. I mean, like Josh Hart type of guys. If Daryl Morey is the genius that a lot of people think he is, that's what he needs to be able to do for this team. But I think he is dead set, dug in on star hunting, which is going to mean either George, possibly a run at LeBron, or Jimmy Butler. I mean, you guys can speak to this pretty well. It seems like, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that the marriage is kind of dissolving there with Pat Riley and Jimmy Butler.
It certainly seems like it. And if they move him now, do you think that's because I'm with you? I don't know. Jimmy Butler, you're going to run into the same problems that you're running with Embiid. As much as I love Jimmy Butler, he can't stay healthy anymore.
I feel the same exact way. And you guys know he quote unquote paces himself during the regular season where he's going to miss a lot of time. And then what happens is you have Embiid out potentially with an injury and Maxey's there by himself and they're running 2 and 3 guys at Maxey. So it just feels to me like it's the wrong off season to be armed the way the Sixers are armed right now. It just doesn't feel like there's a lot of great options. I'd rather go the trade route. I'd rather them get creative somehow, some way, and make some kind of deal. I'll tell you the guy I would try and fry, and I don't think it's going to happen because I think the Nets are going to build around him. But I would do anything I could to get Mikal Bridges back to the Sixers. The Sixers traded him for Zaire Smith. Zaire Smith, who's never played a minute in the NBA. That was the deal that they made. Again, I don't think it's going to happen. That's my pie in the sky, dream.
Rob Ellis, 94 WIP in Philly, also host of Sports Take on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, does a great job, maybe the best job, covering Philly sports. Follow Rob on X at RLS Sports, RLS Sports. All right, Philly's best record in baseball. Are they better than the team the last 2 years that one went to the World Series and one came a game away? Is this the best team of this little run here?
They are, and they're deeper. They have a better bullpen, but what you really notice here, the difference with this team, guys, is if somebody goes down, like they lost Trey Turner. It's going on 3 weeks now. Trey Turner was hitting 340 when he went down, and they really haven't skipped a beat because guys like Edmundo Sosa have really stepped up. And it's Dave Dombrowski's done a heck of a job here. I think the other difference is Ranger Suarez has really evolved into an ace, and they can roll out 4 guys right now with Wheeler, Nola, Suarez, and Christopher Sanchez. And believe me, I didn't see Christopher Sanchez coming. I can't believe what he's been able to do. But they roll out a 4 that I think is better than any 4 in baseball. And they have a lot of depth, and the lineup, it has a lot of balance. They're a very dangerous team. I mean, if there's one minor concern with this team. I think you may want to look at adding a bullpen arm to the back end. They haven't had a lot of blown saves, but there's some unproven people there. That's the one thing I would consider. But I think this is real. I don't think this is a flash in the pan kind of start. I think they are legit. I think they're really driven with the way the last 2 years ended. I mean, let's face it, you get bounced in Game 6 of the World Series to Houston, and then last year you're up 3-2 going back to your place where you dominate, and they lost 2 at home to Arizona. I think that really sticks to them, and that's good. I mean, I'll give you one example. The Phillies lost about 3 weeks ago, a day game, I think it was, to the Reds, and Kyle Schwarber, it was a getaway game. It was the last game of the series where they already won the series. Kyle Schwarber would look like someone stole his puppy, you know, and usually big leaguers chalk that up to getaway game, no big deal. That told me a little something. Early regular season game, you're that mad that your team lost. I think they're legit, and I think if as this plays out about another month and a half, Dave Dombrowski will add the pieces that they need, but they're really good.
And Rob, I think you got to it. They play with an edge that you don't typically think of with a baseball team. You think of it with a hockey team or a football team that plays with a little bit of moxie, and they seem to have that intangible this year that most baseball teams just don't have.
Yeah, you're right. I think the interesting thing about them is not all of them. I mean, Bryce Stott, Alec Boehm, they're younger guys, but their core, Harper, Real Muto, Schwarber, Castellanos, Nola, Wheeler, all of those guys are early 30s. And they realize we're not going to get this opportunity every year. You know, if we want to win a World Series, and Bryce Harper desperately wants to win a World Series, now's the time to do it. Do not, have another year where it's close but no cigar. So I think it's a really good mix of talent and drive that is getting this team to the start that they're to.
Do you think the Eagles have that going forward? Do you think, by the way, the Eagles have figured out what the heck went wrong and have fixed it in any way, shape, or form? Because I don't know if it was on the field or if it was in the locker room.
That's the $1 million question. And the biggest part of that is Nick Sirianni, who came back, and I think rightfully so. But the question is, does he know what went wrong? And if you get off to a slow start, or during the course of the season, if you lose 2 in a row, 3 in a row, are you able to stem the tide? Because you weren't able to do it last year. I think the biggest thing with the Eagles is I truly believe, despite Kelsey retiring, they're going to be excellent offensively. I don't have any question about that. But how long is it going to take the defense to get caught up? Because you could potentially have 5 or 6 new starters. Vic Fangio takes over. There's a lot of change there with that defense. And can the offense carry it early? I mean, they come out of the chute with the Packers in Brazil, which is a really interesting game, guys. I mean, the line's like 1.5. Vegas is basically telling you that's a toss-up kind of game. That could go a lot of different ways. But I do think they're going to score. I just don't know how good that defense is going to be. I think it might be a matter of just early, the offense is going to have to be the one that pulls this thing, and then the defense gets caught up after a while.
Are they the same, better, or worse than they were at the end of last season?
Boy, man, when you lose Jason Kelsey, who's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and Fletcher Cox, who will be an Eagles Hall of Famer, you lose that kind of firepower. It's a good question. I think they had a good draft, and they had Saquon Barkley. It was a very uncharacteristic offseason for the Eagles. They don't usually throw money at running back. They drafted 2 defensive backs for the first and with their first 2 picks. First time they took a defensive back that high since 2001. They brought back C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It was a very strange offseason. I'm going to say they are. I think they are for the simple fact that they've upgraded their coordinators in a massive way. Brian Johnson was overmatched offensively last year, and it was a disaster with Sean Desai and Matt Patricia. So I think coordinator-wise, bringing in Kellen Moore and Fangio is such a big upgrade that I do think they're better. But I'll be honest with you guys, there's a lot of unknowns with this team right now on the defensive side.
Rob Ellis, 94 WIP, also hosts Sports Take on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. Follow Rob on X at RLS Sports, RLS Sports. Rob, thanks for doing this. Hopefully we can catch up again sometime in July, maybe after NBA free agency and before the baseball trade deadline.
Always a pleasure. You guys do an awesome job. Seriously. I very much appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day.
He got our check. That's very nice.
Good to see that
Way to go.
they're starting to get sent out. And
Thank you, Rob.
I know you use stamps and everything, so that helps.
Right, takes longer. Right. Most people Venmo, I just U.S. mail, make sure, tape the envelope, so nobody gets in.
Do you even have Venmo?
I did for a short time. Okay, I did for 2 weeks. Okay, first check I ever got working with Aikman. He said, I'll Venmo you. I said, that's great. I walked out of sight, text my daughter and said, how do you Venmo?
How do I get paid?
It is. It was the second game. I didn't get paid for the first game. It was the second game we did in Seattle. He called me Mark the whole game, then said he was going to Venmo me. I text you. I told you that third quarter. He's calling me Mark.
Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commissioned and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You got in.
I have the Siri
Whole new
thing.
group of friends then.
Yeah.
Has she realized that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different today because she's got her tablet. She texts with her, in FaceTimes with some friends. So I don't think she'll lose those friends. But
what about the boy who's loved her for 3 years?
No, he's bummed.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
But they don't start sports there until middle school. So she'll still be doing all the San Carlos rec.
Oh, okay.
So we'll still see all the same.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that'll actually be great because it'll broaden the.
Yeah, more sleepovers, more travel.
I was gonna say.
That's the parrot way to look at it.
First 6 months to do youth sports is really fun. It's really exciting. The next 6 years suck.
I've had a ball with youth sports because we have been extremely fortunate that we have had great. I've met a lot of great people, really and truly.
Good.
And have had very few experiences where I can say, yeah, for the most part.
That's important.
And a bunch of parents that don't care, if you know what I mean.
If
Want their
they're gonna
kids to have
lose,
fun.
Right, great. Yeah.
Root hard for their kids during the games, but aren't yelling and screaming after a loss, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we only had one team where the parents were really bummed that they were not. There was soccer, and they were not good. They were not good.
Do you think you'll care more with your granddaughter?
Oh my goodness, no. Oh no, No, I no.
You don't understand. You've not figured out Miller and Moulton when it comes to youth sports. There's nothing more inconsequential than the outcome of a youth sports game. Till they get to be about 15.
Okay.
Then if they're still playing at 15 and they're playing at a high level, well, then it matters a little bit more.
No, I'm also I'm also one of those guys that, like, I've already said to my daughter, I'm like, listen, don't think I'm going to every one of her events and activities. That ain't happening. And she kind of looked at me like, well, you'll have more free time later on in life. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I said, I had to do it with you. I mean, had to.
Yeah, but you went to the Eclipse party. I mean, that's.
Yeah. And it was horrendous. And even my granddaughter looked at me like, this sucks. Get me out of here, which made me even more fond of her. I'm like, oh, there you go. And now we're talking.
No, I have never been an umpire or a referee. I reffed hockey when I was in college, but that was intramural.
I was an umpire for 2 years, 2 summers. I was late teens. I was in college and umpired Little League. So what we're going to do here again?
The Siri.
Oh, yeah. And no, what was the other? Oh, the WNBA.
Yeah.
You got the A's thing ready?
Yes. This lady is not very popular, is she? In the like, they don't.
She's horrendous.
I mean, that's just.
She's horrendous.
That's the consensus on the internet.
And last year she did a 1-hour show in the middle, 2 to 3 on MLB Network Radio, and it was not good. But you could be a bad talk show host and be a good play-by-play person.
Like, right, I'm evidence of that. I'm a good play-by-play person. I suck at this.
Nah, it's just total crap.
I just want a minor league hockey gig again.
That's not true. But like Bob Papa, who's the play-by-play voice of the Giants, very good play-by-play guy. Also does golf on the Champions Tour. Yeah, not a good talk show.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Minutes past the hour. Happy Friday, final day of May. Trent's final show. He's out of here. Do you know his flight leaves in like 3 hours?
Oh, yeah.
He's like barely going to make it. I mean,
right.
That's how in the rearview mirror we are with him, but yet he's trying to be like, guys, just don't write me off just yet. I mean, I could still be part of the team.
No, I offered to take him to the airport. I told him I'd take him so I can get him out of here.
And what did he say?
He accepted.
My aunt and uncle are actually going to be waiting at my apartment.
So
you don't have to worry.
Now he doesn't even.
Right.
You already been there once today.
Now
right?
he's big timing me.
Right.
Yeah, I offer the kid a kick out of town.
Right.
Not a ride out of town, a kick
right.
out of town. Don't kid yourself. I said that correctly.
And he's trying to tell us, no. I mean, I'm still part of the team. I'm just taking a sabbatical. Meanwhile, it's like, when does my flight leave?
You took your mom this morning, right?
I did.
So
my
you've
mom
already been there once today.
My mom turns 80 tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Mom.
And she is heading back to my hometown of Saginaw, Michigan for her birthday, said by no one ever. I think she's the first person to say I'm going to vacation in Saginaw, Michigan for my birthday.
Well, here's my question. You're here, obviously, in the 239. All right. Her grandchild is here.
Right.
All right. I mean,
one of her best
her granddaughter is here.
Right. One of her best friends lives in Saginaw still.
Okay, gotcha.
They share the same birthday. Last year, that lady came down here to see my mom. My mom decided she got a wild hair last week, and she told me, I'm going to Saginaw for my birthday. And I went,
okay.
Why?
Well, this is one of the 2 months of the year that you can go back, and it's nice.
But yeah, so mom headed to drop mom off at the airport this morning. I was planning on dropping Sean off today. Found out I don't have to do that.
No,
so my afternoon just freed up by another half hour.
He's done with us.
Oh, totally.
And we're done with him. So, it's good.
But what we're not done with is gambling. We're never done gambling on this show.
Nor should we be.
And we have a system.
In baseball, which is working.
Right. We bet the doubleheader split. They don't happen that often. You wait till game 1 is done and you just go the other way. Whoever won game 1, go the other way in game 2. 8-3 thus far.
I believe that's the count. Yes. We've had 8 splits and 3 sweeps. Right. So don't know if we have any doubleheaders this weekend. We'll have to look. All right. I have a recommendation for a bet that we should make.
Okay.
So Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever are playing tomorrow afternoon. They suck. They're 1-8. And not only do they suck, they give up a ton of points.
And she leads the WNBA in turnovers.
Right. She's also averaging like 18 points a game, and she had like 20 and 9 last night.
But I'm just saying, bad team.
But they're 1-8, and they gave up over 100 points last night. Remember, they only play 40 minutes. I don't think they play 48. I think they only play 40.
So it's like a college game.
And they gave up 105 points last night. The over/under the game that they're playing is like 164, 164.5 tomorrow. I think. And I know what I'm saying, and I'm saying it out loud, and I'm saying it into a microphone. I am. I think we should bet the over in the Indiana Fever WNBA game tomorrow.
You know what my answer is? You got to talk to Mark.
All right.
I had dinner with a guy last night also who had a sweatshirt that says life is too short to bet the under. All right. So, I stared at that for an hour and a half last night.
Well, unders are boring.
Right.
Unders are definitely boring, even though you're winning the majority of the time.
Yes. So we're going to bet the over here, because also Indiana's scoring like around 75, 80 points a game too. Okay. And they're going to give up 412. So I am recommending we bet the over. And before you mock me, over the years, how many times have we placed a bet on a women's college basketball game?
4 or 5.
Have we lost one?
No.
Okay. So
what were the other ones?
A lot of FGCU women's basketball.
A lot of FGCU in the NIT or the NCAA, but we've also bet a couple of other women's games in the tournament.
And we've bet against FGCU. We bet on them. We bet against them. It's not.
But almost always on them.
And we've done really well.
Really well. Both teams are covering machines, by the way. The men and the women, whenever they make a postseason tournament, the men have never not covered. They played 6 NCAA tournament games. They're 6-0 against the number. And the women cover, I think, every time but like once in the first round. Second round, they're usually overmatched. But so that's my recommendation.
All right, I'm going to need a reminder because I can't do it yet.
Okay, that's my play of the weekend, just so you know.
The over-unders are not up yet for tomorrow's WNBA games. Imagine that.
Trent, 40 minutes ago, did his final play of the day. And he went with the go-ahead goal in the third period for the Panthers, which was, the way to go. There was a chance, though, that I thought he was going to go the Rays. And here's the Rays are down a run, I believe 1 out, bottom of the 9th. Jose Siri at the plate. Here is Jenny Kavnar, who's the TV play-by-play voice for the Oakland A's. This is a 2-pitch sequence. It is not edited. Go.
Hey, Siri, it's not your night. I'm feeling Mason Miller might have some payback in his back pocket for what Siri did to the A's yesterday. 0-1, and that's launched towards left field, and the payback comes at the bat of Jose Siri. Tied up the ball game with another homer.
So
hey, Siri, not tonight.
Yeah, so he was trying to be cute there. Okay, trying to be like the phone.
I know, and my phone keeps activating throughout this segment.
Sorry. So, see, tried to be cute there.
She did.
She had that one for 24 hours. She thought about that. Okay, he had homered late in the game before, and she figured, hey, if he comes up again tonight, that's my. She had Nanced it. She had Jim Nance the final round call of the golf tournament. She had it right there. Hey Siri, it's not your night.
I must say, it's a pretty nasally voice to be doing play-by-play.
It is.
It's not a woman thing. It's a nasally voice to do play-by-play. That's the first thing I noticed. Not the woman's voice, that it was a nasally voice. That's a hard listen for 3 hours.
Well, fortunately, it's baseball, and it's not like the announcer talks a lot. So, and then literally the next pitch.
And he tattooed it.
Oh, my goodness.
Crushed it.
Maybe his 2 games are what the Rays need.
Dramatic fashion. They've won both. He also made a great catch in the 9th inning 2 nights ago to protect a tie game, keep the ball in the ballpark. But yeah, so she had it, Jose Siri, she was going to go cute. Siri says it's not your night. Hey, Siri, it's not your night. And listen, if Mason Miller does what he's supposed to do, he's arguably the best closer in the game. He's going to get traded in the next 6 weeks to a really good team. But so, she put her chips in. She was betting on the arguably the best closer in baseball to make her look good.
And it was all premeditated.
Yeah,
like you
totally.
said.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's not a play-by-play person out there that hasn't scripted a line before. All of us have when doing it. We find something we think's funny, put it in the back pocket, wait for the right time to use it, and that's what she did. And come on.
And unfortunately, it was series night.
But I think that's funny because there is quick-witted humor.
Yeah.
Moulton's good at that, right? And then there's also you're forcing something. She forced that.
But it is witty. It's Siri. We all, Siri, the phone talks to you, I mean, if Mason Miller, if he grounds out the second, it's
not your night, Siri.
It's witty. But
instead it ends up on SportsCenter and several hundred talk shows around the country of her sounding a little foolish.
Right. So maybe say it if and when he gets out.
No,
you can't. Beforehand.
You can't.
Oh.
Yeah, instead, that thing's still traveling in St. Petersburg. All right, Armando Velez talking Panthers next.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill.
I want Dallas to win.
I want to go 7.
I will say the man in the fall, the show that I'm watching, he gets a new knee. And the whole basis is he's a former Georgia Tech running back. They called him the 60-minute man, and he won a national title for Georgia Tech. And so he gets this new knee at the end that's got robotics in it. So the knee moves without him, like it right. It's new technology. So he dies. The show opens and he's dead, and it ends and he's lying on the floor, and they pan back.
That's funny.
That was fun.
That's
that
funny.
made me laugh. I was like,
funny.
that's pretty good.
The Tigers have 3 starting pitchers in the top 5 in ERA in the American League.
Well,
and the offense is so bad.
Okay. Well, I mean, as a Tigers fan, do you want to see them make a trade for a Pete Alonso? Do you want to see them go a JD Martinez?
Yes.
Do you want to see them acquire? But you're in theory, though, the Mets would say, hey, come on now. You got to give me a prospect that you think's going to make the show. You willing to start giving up some of your young, this organization hasn't given up young players in 5-6 years. You willing to start giving up?
Yeah, I would.
I would.
I have zero faith in the Tigers' developmental anything.
I don't, but at some point,
you got it.
At some point, you have more prospects than you have spots on your roster for them.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah. No, the pitching's that good to where I would totally go all in.
Where are they?
They're 500.
No, I know that, but they're plus 5 run. There's different 500s. I mean, like right now, the Rays are minus 48.
Mm-hmm. And what are they, like a
game below 500?
Yeah.
Well, the other problem for the Tigers is the AL Central is way better than we thought it would be.
No doubt. They're
way
fourth.
better.
They're 500 and they're in 4th. But that's why, to make the playoffs, you're going to have to finish 3rd.
You're going to have to win 87 games.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Maybe 88. Yeah.
So 88, that means if it's 88, that means they've got to go 60
and 46.
Yeah.
The rest of the way. It's not 600 baseball. Okay. It's like, 5. It's basically winning 4 out of every. If they won 4 out of every 7 the rest of the way, they'd be right there. 570 baseball. They'd be real close to that. They can do that. That pitching?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour, legal expert Daniel Wallach scheduled to join us at that time to talk about the Florida Gaming Compact, going to be discussed at the very least by the justices of the U.S. Supreme Court in less than 2 weeks. Right now, Armando Velez is kind enough to join us. He'll be covering hockey in June for the 2nd straight year. He covers the Florida Panthers, writes about them for the Hockey News, talks about them on the Locked On Panthers podcast. Follow Armando on X at MondoMan12. MondoMan, M-A-N-D-O, Man 12. Armando, it's David and Mark. Once again, thanks for doing this. How are you?
I'm doing well. Even though I stayed up a little bit doing the show. I mean, how can you not feel energetic this morning with the state of the Florida Panthers? I mean, they've had home ice in the first 3 rounds, in the first 2 rounds, and they're still winning games on the road just like they did last year.
No doubt. And to me, there are so many different storylines, but Gustav Forsling has been unbelievable on the blue line. Now he's scoring goals. He's emerged as the top defenseman on their team right now, and it's a surprise to me. Is it a surprise to you?
I mean, maybe if you asked me like 2 years ago, yes, but as of last year when he started to take, as of a few years ago, especially when Matthew Tkachuk came into play, and you traded Mackenzie Weegar out for that, it was automatic that Gustav Forsling was going to be that guy to play in the top pairing. And let's also not forget with Gustav Forsling is that they protected him for the expansion draft, and they bought out Keith Yandel's contract to make sure that he stayed with the organization. And how he's been able to work hard, being in different organizations. This is his 4th organization in his career, and just the fact that he's been able to still battle it out. And Paul Maurice also talks about how he's the fittest guy in the room, and how he doesn't want the other players' wives to be around him because he's just so good looking and so fit that he could possibly steal them. but yeah, it's great to see how much Gustav Forsling has grown as a person and as a hockey player. In 5-on-5, the shot on goal differential, the shot attempt differential is plus 80, 148 shot attempts for, 68 against in this series.
The stats when Tkachuk is on the ice are remarkable. How dominant the Panthers are to the Rangers. They're even more dominant than that stat that you just gave. Be honest. When they made this trade 2 seasons ago, did you think it was going to work out like this?
Not immediately. I knew that the Panthers were extending their window because last season they had the majority of Yandel's buyout on the books, and it was going to be I saw it as a gap year last season, and especially because of the fact that they couldn't make any trades at the deadline last year because they really went all in the year before, the year they won the President's Trophy. It also goes to the testament and says so much about Paul Maurice too. It's more than just Tkachuk. It's also the coach too, about how he's able to implement the system. It took until January to really get things going for them when it came to them getting used to the style of play too, because they were a run and gun team prior to that, and they had to change. I mean, also, because this is a Florida sports show, they looked at their neighbors up north and saw the lessons that they learned from 2019 when they won the President's Trophy and lost to the Columbus Blue Jackets in round 1. Talk about the Tampa Bay Lightning there. But there's lessons learned that you look around and you take little pieces from different teams and put it in your own version of things. And for the Panthers, it was getting Tkachuk into the mix and getting younger too. The contract for him matches Barkov in term, that they expire at the same time. You saw Forsling's clauses also change when Barkov and Tkachuk's too. That's another thing. So it's also about managing everything. And the Panthers are also hoping to win, even past this season, cup or not. The fact that they're also focusing on trying to get guys into the mix who could get bigger roles next year. Jonah Gadjevich, new dad, also got extended too. Becky Simiskevich is still in the AHL for the Panthers and could play a bigger role next year. So it's just, the wheel is turning for the Panthers. It's churning like butter. They're trying to turn that. So they're really in a good place for them now and into the future.
How nervous were you third period, Armando, watching that game? As I'm watching it and I'm seeing chance after chance and I'm seeing Florida dominate and Shesterkin continuing to play great goal. I don't know if it's patience that Florida has. I don't know if it's will that they have, but I kept waiting. I've covered hockey my whole life, and that's just the recipe when one ends up in your net when you keep getting those chances. But somehow Florida was able to keep on keeping on and get that go-ahead goal.
After Game 3, the way that ended, and the fact that Florida dominated the last 8 minutes there, we've seen every single game has had stretches of the Panthers just having the puck the majority of the time, especially in the Rangers' end. And that's happened so many times in this series that, especially after they killed the last penalty, the Mikkola trip penalty on Capo Caco, and the Rangers had a hard time gaining the zone. That's when I thought the Florida Panthers really had that game for them. So, you have bounces there. You have Barclay Goodrow scoring 3 goals in 2 games, but you've been able to maintain Panarin, Kreider, and Zibanejad for the most part. I know Kreider scored his first goal of the series yesterday. Zibanejad got his first 2 points, but like you're also for them keep peppering shots on Igor Shesterkin, and total shots as a team. The Panthers have 111 more shot attempts as a whole over the New York Rangers in this series. So they're getting 22 more shots per game, and the third period for them, they were plus 36 in the regular season in the third period. Going into this one, they were plus 11, I believe. I'd have to double check that stat. So we've seen it before how that takeover for the third period is, and for the Cats too. When it's a lead or tied, it's rare to see them lose in regulation too. So as the series has gone on, especially with the style of play, I've actually gotten less nervous for the Panthers.
Panthers have outscored the Rangers, I believe, 6-2 in the third period so far in 5 games. One thing, Armando, the Panthers are playing better on the road than they are at home. They've lost 3 of their last 5 in the playoffs at home. Even the ones that they've won, one of them was in overtime, where it's on the road. They seem to be dominant. At home, for whatever reason, they're not. All right. What is it that you've noticed that they do differently at home lately than what they do on the road?
I mean, when you're at home, you have the last change and you're able to get your matchups in, and maybe it's a little bit of a better sense of urgency for the Panthers when they are on the road. But the thing is, for them, when the ice is on the Rangers and you're able to still get your lines rolling, and especially for the Panthers, when their style of play is to gain the red line, shoot it in, get it on the forecheck. When you're getting guys back on the ice and the blue liners are back, you're not giving as much of odd man rushes. So I know for the Rangers, they've gotten a whole bunch of their chances. I mean, with how tight the Panthers play, you're going to give up 1 or 2 a game. It's not going to maintain there the whole time. But the Panthers are still really comfortable in doing that, because if you can still eliminate the speed through the neutral zone, that's really going to be the key for the Florida Panthers to still get it out and also pepper more shots on Igor Shesterkin, because we've seen it in every single series for the Panthers. I mean, what the Panthers are doing against elite goaltending in Vasilevsky, Swayman, Shesterkin too.
No doubt.
You're at a loss for words about how it's like an unstoppable force right now for the Panthers, coming as they come in waves too. And this is also coming from a Panthers team who basically has a 5th line that's not playing right now. Nick Cousins and Ryan Lomberg. I mean, Kyle Okposo and Steven Lawrence are in the mix, so you could insert guys in and out on your forward lines. And the blue line, got to give credit to the blue line. Dmitry Kulikov coming back. OEL, who's more of who was a top pair defenseman in previous stops, especially in Arizona. So it's so much depth up and down the lineup for the Panthers.
Armando, this may seem like a silly question, but can they play better than they're playing right now, or are they at their peak, in your opinion?
I think they could play a little better, honestly, because, I mean, it's the top guys who are mostly getting on the score sheet for the Panthers. You're seeing Sam Bennett, Carter Hagee, Matthew Tkachuk getting in the mix. I mean, for this Game 5 specifically for the Cats, was that one game that you just needed your depth scores to come through. And it's expected when the Zibanejad line is desperate and getting into the Panthers zone. But I mean, you're going to need more of that depth scoring for the Panthers. I mean, Kevin Stenlund, his role is to play penalty kill, but you'd love to see him get one there too. Kyle Okposo has 10 double-digit goals, even though he doesn't have one as a Panther this season. that's still more production than a lot of the bottom six for the Cats do. So, it's all about really getting more of that depth scoring. But hey, I mean, it's hard to complain when power play Sam Reinhart is back and he has those three power play goals in 2 games. So it's all about really getting more of those other guys to on the score sheet. And Etulis Tureinen, the last trade that Dale Talon made in the trade deadline back in 2020, he's playing a big role. And it's crazy who is on the other side of the ice on that trade with Vincent Trocheck too. So he's playing a big role in penalty killing, and you like to see him more getting in on the score sheet too. So I think they could, but I mean, it's really hard to criticize their game now, honestly.
Well, yeah, because you could argue they haven't been outplayed in a game. Game 2 was even, and they ended up losing in late in overtime. And then game 3, they manhandled the Rangers 108-44 in terms of shot attempts and still managed to lose. That's hockey. Armando, thanks for your time. All right, enjoy game 6. And, next time we talk to you, hopefully for you, the Panthers are back in the finals.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much, as always, for having me on.
Armando Velez, who covers the Panthers, writes for the Hockey News, and then hosts the Locked On Panthers podcast. It's a daily podcast. Follow Armando on X at MondoMan12. MondoMan12.
I don't know if they can play better than they're playing right now. I really don't.
The point that he made about they're a game away from going through Vasilevsky, Swayman, and Shesterkin. Statistically, Swayman and Shesterkin are far and away the 2 best goalies so far in the playoffs. Far and away. It's difficult to find a third, and that third's probably Bobrovsky. But I mean, the numbers in terms of performance for Swayman and Vasilevsky, and Shesterkin, and they beat the Bruins in 6, and they're on the verge of doing the same thing to the Rangers.
And, should they get through the Rangers, if it's Ottinger in Dallas, he's good, but he's not Shesterkin.
No. Or Swayman.
And if it's Skinner,
oh, forget it.
Come on.
Yeah. If they get Edmonton, I don't see it go more than 5, honestly. That back line, that goalie, they're a 2-line hockey team. Oh, come on. That would stun. Honestly, if Edmonton gave the Panthers a series, it would shock me.
Well, if Edmonton gets to the finals, I wouldn't say shocked, but it would greatly surprise me, even though that's at 2-2 in that series.
Game 5 tonight, by the way, 8:30 TNT. Sports USA Radio, our buddy John Forsland with the call. The only thing I'll say is that you and I don't think the Panthers can play much better. The Rangers can. And the Rangers still getting nothing from the power play.
And their top players are not scoring goals.
I mean, Mika got 2 assists, one of them, late, whatever. And really, he kind of just shoved it to Kreider at center ice, and Kreider did the rest on the breakaway and the backhand. So, it's about as quiet a 2-point game as a guy could have. Panarin hasn't scored in the series. Kreider's got a goal. Mika hasn't scored. So their top line's done nothing. Their power play has scored 1 goal. The Rangers can play better.
There's no doubt, but that would mean they've got to figure something out against Florida, which they've not figured out how to get any presence in the zone to attack for any length of time. It's a shot and out. It's a shot and out over and over. And
I think Lavalette needs to play Trocheck and Lafreniere the way the Oilers play McDavid and Draisaitl. Honestly, they've been very good in this series. They've scored. They create chances. I may need to treat them as my number 1 line, and I may need to get Lafreniere on the power play too. I mean, you're 5 games in. You know who's playing well and who's not. Play the guys who are playing well.
At this point, David, they've got to do something with the power play.
Yeah. I mean, they had 2 edges coming into this series. Goaltending, he's done about all he can. Power play. Panthers 3-1, I think.
Yeah, the Panthers have owned special teams in the series. And we already knew coming into the series that they were the far superior team 5-on-5.
Correct.
And they're dominating special teams. And yet it's still just 3-2 in the series.
Daniel Wallach, legal expert. What does he think about the Supreme Court meddling in on Florida gaming?
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. So Trent, you are still going to put together the best ofs for the 4th and 5th and for the 21st or whatever that is.
Yes.
Okay.
When I'm back in 2 weeks, I'll put
bang all that out.
The 21st, and then
For
that
second
week
and
leading
third,
up to the
right.
4th and 5th, I'll have time to do that as well.
We'll try to start making sure we write stuff down and emailing it to
Yeah,
you.
let me know.
Rangers power play needs a sprinkle and a boost. Yes. Well said. Daniel Wallach's also a big Rangers fan, by the way. I know he attended one of the 2 games in Florida. Be curious if he's attending tomorrow.
Is he from New York?
I don't know, but he said the last time he attended more than one Rangers playoff game in a season was 94. So, and considering they played those 3 series in Long Island, DC, and Jersey, I'm guessing yes. I doubt he went to Vancouver for the finals. Irish football, they're a hard listen because of her. You can have a good broadcast team and a bad baseball team, and it's still an enjoyable listen. Trent, how do you like Jason Benetti?
He's great.
Yep.
Phenomenal.
During a U2 concert in Scotland, Bono asked the crowd for total quiet. He starts to clap his hands once every few seconds, holding the audience in total silence. He said to the microphone, every time I clap my hands, a child in Africa dies. Someone from the front of the crowd in a broad Scottish accent pierced the quiet. Well, fucking stop doing it.
All right, we got him. Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Happy Friday, final hour of the week, final hour with Trent, a part of the show on a regular basis. We think there's nobody who discusses gaming and sports legal issues better than Daniel Wallach, who's also co-host of Conduct Detrimental. It's a tremendous sports legal podcast. Also happens to be a big Rangers fan, so Panthers fans don't hold it against him. Follow Daniel on X at Wallach Legal. Wallach Legal. You okay this morning?
No, not really. I'm now debating which of the two would I rather have, a Ranger a Stanley Cup or the United States Supreme Court overturning the seminal online sports betting compact. So if given a choice, I think I'm going to have to go with my Rangers. But it doesn't look good right now. Florida is wearing them down, in the third period. And they've outplayed the Rangers in probably 4 out of the 5 games. So it doesn't look good. You don't want to give Florida the chance to clinch on their home ice, where the Rangers have not done well at all in games 3 and 4. So I think the ship has sailed on the New York Rangers season. So no, I'm not doing too well.
All right. Well, has the ship sailed on Wes Flagler? There are discussions being addressed in front of the Supreme Court. We've been talking to you about this for a year and a half, Daniel, and now it seems that it's on the precipice of getting to the Supreme Court.
Right, and that's what we projected. That's what everybody projected back in 2021, that this would go through the federal court system all the way potentially up to the United States Supreme Court. That's exactly what's happened. And there really hasn't been a lot of news lately because, the West Flagler, the Department of the Interior have filed briefs, and there's really nothing to report other than the filing of briefs. But on June 13th, the justices of the U.S. Supreme Court will hold their weekly conference where they determine the fate of all the various petitions for writ of certiorari that are on their calendar for that week. West Flagler versus Holland, which is the Department of the Interior, that's up for discussion on the 13th, and we'll probably get an indication on Monday, June 17th or Monday, June 24th, when the order lists, the weekly order lists are released by the Supreme Court. We'll find out in which category West Flagler versus Holland appears. Will it be a cert grant? Will it be a denial of cert? Or will it be a summary reversal? And overwhelmingly, at least statistically, 95+% of cases are denied. So there's a real uphill battle that West Flagler faces. And if they can be one of the few cases that get granted cert on, that doesn't mean that they've won. It just means that the court will now take the case up on the merits. So we'll find out in less than 1 month the fate of West Flagler versus Holland.
How many times does the court hear the quote discussions and actually overturn?
Well, if cert is granted, that means the court is inclined to review the correctness of the decision. If it was a correct decision by the D.C. Circuit, there wouldn't be any need to grant cert. So for me, the early indicator that the result is going to change isn't simply waiting until next year for a reversal on the merits. The granting of certiorari, I believe, is a very reliable indicator that at least several of the justices have concerns about the correctness of the decision and or its long-term ramifications. But the truth is, we don't know. We won't know until, if cert is granted. We won't know until next year when the court reviews the merits briefs, holds oral arguments. So it's a long way away. But for West Flagler, they've got to get in the game right now. They've got to get past the initial gatekeeping function of the Supreme Court of determining which cases are worth their time.
All right. Let's say it gets heard. We're talking another year before the case is heard before the Supreme Court. What's the best outcome for West Flagler?
A granting of cert next month, followed by a merits decision in early 2025, reversing the decision of the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. Were that to happen, it would bring an end to any of the online sports betting under the compact. I mean, that's the most likely favorable outcome for West Flagler if it were to occur. Certainly, whatever the Supreme Court decides, it's going to be the final word on IGRA and whether compacts can include provisions for internet gaming with a customer is physically located outside of the reservation. That issue is going to be resolved in this ruling, either because the court doesn't believe it has any merit, or decides to take up the case on the merits. So this is something that's been percolating for several years. The federal courts around the country have now issued contradictory rulings about the limits of tribal gaming and whether IGRA can be used as a vehicle to authorize tribal gaming outside of Indian lands. This is the first case where that has happened, and I believe it conflicts with at least several federal court of appeals decisions as well as with the Supreme Court's own precedent. I think it has a good chance of being granted, but it's statistically it's an uphill battle. The best chance is always on a direct appeal, but that's over now. That's over. There are no more direct appeals. There's only discretionary review, and we have to wait to find out whether the Supreme Court views this case as weighty and important enough to select it as one of the 50, 60, or 70 cases out of thousands that it will hear next term. But one factor in favor of a cert grant, I believe, is Justice Kavanaugh's written statement, which accompanied the denial of the emergency application for stay that was filed last year. He wrote that if the compact authorized off-reservation tribal gaming operations, either directly or indirectly, then it likely violates IGRA. And I built my entire amicus brief around that statement. And he also raised the question of whether the monopoly given to the Seminole tribe, violates the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. So Kavanaugh has already, signaled that this is an important enough issue where the court should take it on. But now we need to find out whether at least three more justices share the same view, because it takes a minimum of 4 justices out of 9 to select the case to be heard on the merits.
He's Daniel Wallach, a gaming and sports attorney, also co-host of the legal podcast Conduct Detrimental. Follow Daniel on X at Wallach Legal, Wallach Legal. Well, there are 6 justices who are on Kavanaugh's side of the political aisle, so to speak. I mean, if one of those 6 speaks out in such an authoritative fashion, if we're pardon the pun, a betting man, wouldn't we bet that he can get at least 3 of the other 5 to agree with him to hear the case?
Well, I don't think it breaks out like that. This is not a Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal issue. This is an issue of statutory interpretation and what the words in the federal law mean. This doesn't raise constitutional issues, at least not with respect to the location of the gaming. Ironically, Justice Kavanaugh's views are also shared by the much more liberal Justice Elena Kagan, who, in an earlier opinion a decade ago, wrote that the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, applies to gaming on Indian lands and nowhere else. So, based on her past ruling, she seems to be in accord with Justice Kavanaugh. But ironically, another conservative justice, Neil Gorsuch, happens to be a proponent of expansive tribal rights. So I wouldn't necessarily look at the party ideology here. This is a pure legal issue of statutory interpretation, and different people within different justices, even if politically aligned, may view the interpretive issues differently.
Daniel,
but it helps to have one. It certainly helps to have one justice go to the trouble of laying out his concerns in a preliminary ruling in the case that really didn't call for a written opinion, yet he authored one anyway. And I believe that's a clear signal that he's sending to the other justices that we need to have a discussion about this issue.
Trent, Daniel, if Wes Flagler wins, and guys like us who want to see, FanDuel and DraftKings come in, that's not the case. Gambling would shut down. Would this have to all restart in the state of Florida then?
Yeah, absolutely. If the Supreme Court reverses the D.C. Circuit's decision, it's for now, it would be game over for online sports. But even though you can bet now, and the betting will likely continue through and including any final ruling on the merits, if the Supreme Court were to rule in favor of Wes Flagler, they're essentially declaring that the compact violates federal law and would shut down off-reservation online sports betting. So the next step would have to be a restart through a different legal authorization, most likely through a voter initiative. So it could cause the cessation of sports betting in Florida for potentially a couple of years, but there are a couple of paths to legalization that would then ripen. For example, Governor DeSantis and the tribe can go back to the drawing board and author a more limited compact that only covers sports betting literally, physically on tribal lands. And the Supreme Court could even leave that aspect of the compact intact, or much more likely to avoid future legal battles under IGRA, the Equal Protection Clause, and under Florida Amendment 3. I think the path of least resistance, at least legally, is putting it on the ballot. Because I can't conceive of any way that Governor DeSantis and the Seminole Tribe will negotiate a new deal, whether it's through the compact or through legislation that will allow DraftKings, FanDuel, and other online sports betting companies to have equal access in the market. Because even going forward, following an adverse Supreme Court ruling, the tribe can flex a lot of muscle here and block any legislation or proposed legislation that it does not agree with. So they will remain very influential in the policymaking process. But following a reversal, everybody starts at the same starter's block, and I think it raises the specter of either a negotiated deal between all the stakeholders or, just a battle on the ballot.
All right, Daniel, got about 15 seconds. Let's just say that the court, issues the cert and they say, we're going to hear the case next year. Does gambling continue as is until the case is heard, or does it stop? 10 seconds.
Great question. It probably continues, but Wes Flagler could ask the Supreme Court to recall the D.C. Circuit's mandate to essentially unravel sports betting during the pendency of the remainder of the case. So it's possible Wes Flagler could ask for something, but in all likelihood, it continues until the Supreme Court changes the ruling.
Daniel, thank you for your time. Good luck to your Rangers, because they're my Rangers as well. And we'll talk again before the end of June.
Sounds great, and I'm praying as well. So we got a big game on Saturday night.
Daniel Wallach, gaming and sports attorney, co-host of the tremendous sports legal podcast, Conduct Detrimental. Follow him on X at Wallach Legal. Wallach Legal. We'll discuss some of what Daniel had to say coming up. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when, about 25 minutes away. It's a Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904 of Miller and Moulton.
Good for her. Now that's some balls. Idaho high school grad refuses to shake superintendent's hand, drops banned book at his feet during ceremony. That's
wow. Is there a reason why?
Probably because the superintendent banned the book.
Banned.
Dropped a banned book.
All over that person. I'd hire that person.
That's
Did you see this tweet? And we haven't talked about this yet today. I might bring it up this short segment, unless you want to bring up something. Netflix and the SEC apparently.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Right. And so from On3 Sports, they go, Netflix is close to a deal with the SEC on a Drive to Survive style college football series per The Athletic. And this guy, Riley, who I guess is based in, it looks like Alabama or Georgia. Okay. He does the morning shift. He said, well, if they followed the University of Georgia, they could even keep the same name. Drive to Survive. Too soon? No, E.B. Hill, he hasn't left yet.
That's funny. Paula, it's been fun having someone in the chat room that I can bounce my Detroit fandom off of.
Although she's ready to send you back to Florida if the Lions don't make the playoffs. I mean, she loves you, but she's holding you personally responsible for their 2024 season.
If they start 0-2, I'm going to have some serious considerations.
Shouldn't sweat it. Who are they up? They open with the Rams, right?
Rams, and then week 2 is the Bucs. 2 home games to start
So
the season.
They're two playoff wins from last year.
Yep. That's crazy to think about. There will be a 5-game stretch where the teams they play are Rams, Bucs, Niners, Rams, Bucs. Because of the end of last season into this season.
I'm sorry, I got a little confused there.
Then you go Arizona, Seattle, by the way.
You'll be in Detroit.
Not sure. I think so, though.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. A little more than 15 minutes away from the good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. And, well, is this the last boost and sprinkle since it was Trent who he's big with the whole Hard Rock app, and that's it, right? And once he leaves, he can't use that anymore, right?
Are you at a positive number right now?
No, I'm at 0. I haven't deposited.
So you're done.
I'm
Your
done.
Florida gambling's done. How quickly after the plane lands in Michigan will you make a bet on an app?
I already have the apps re-downloaded. I had deleted them, because there's no use for them.
Right.
And it's just taking up space in my phone. I'll probably place a bet by 6:30 p.m. Tigers play at 7:40. I'll probably put something on the Tigers.
He knows they're 500, right? I mean, this isn't like betting on the Yankees or the Orioles or the Phillies. I mean, he does know they won last night to get to 500.
Right.
I mean,
they're on a roll in his eyes.
I mean, they have trouble scoring 3 runs a game.
It's the same guy that bet on the Pistons a lot.
Oh, that's right. He did.
They were always one game away from being one game away.
You don't bet against your teams, though.
Never. Literally never. If I want to bet against them, I just don't bet.
He's Pete Rose. Right. He's Pete Rose. I mean, the year.
Yeah, but how many true fans bet against their team. I would say the majority. I mean, the overwhelming majority. Like 99% of people out there do not bet against their teams.
Yeah, but if you're a bettor, if you're a gambler, you got to be smart about this. You got to take the heart out of the equation.
Once again,
most fans can't do
diehard
that.
fans of the team are unable to do that. You have the ability to do it.
I do.
You're not normal.
I mean, when the Knicks went up 2-0 on the Pacers, what did I say? I don't know if they're going to win another game in this series.
Right.
And they won 1 out of the next 5. Yeah.
This is kind of the perfect storm to test your, I don't want to say loyalty because you're diehard, but to test your ability to bet against your teams or not.
Like I would have, and we didn't, but I would have bet the under the last 2 games. I mean, the under keeps being 5.5 in the Rangers Panthers. Well, 3-2 is under. And sure enough, what have we had? Back-to-back 3-2 games. 1 in overtime, 1 in regulation. Now, I would actually bet the over tomorrow night.
Really?
Well, because I don't think the Rangers are going to go in there and win a 2-1 game. I think if the Rangers are going to win, that they at least have to get to 3. I also think if the Rangers are losing, that there will have happened what happened last night. There'll be an empty net, and the Panthers will get at least 1.
And there could be a couple of them. Exactly.
Right. So I'm actually expecting some goals tomorrow night. At least 6.
And boy, would you be happy if it's 5-1.
I want you
Rangers.
to get an overtime game. No matter how it ends up.
Oh, I'd be a wreck.
Yeah, but
I feel like I got my money's worth, but I'd be a wreck.
But a playoff overtime game is special.
Oh, yeah.
And I've not been to a lot of NHL playoff games. I've been to a couple. I've never seen a playoff overtime game in person.
I've been to one in a long time. I didn't go to one in 94. So, I got to go back to the 80s. Last time I saw the Rangers in the playoffs.
All the way back?
All the way back to the 80s.
Where are your seats at?
Section 111, 8th row, which
Whoa.
is not directly behind the goal. It's one section over to the left. So almost in the corner, but not quite. In between the goal and the corner, 8th row, almost on the aisle too, where seats 3 and 4.
You went all out. You spent some money on these seats.
I spent about $30-$40, yeah.
So are you going to get Rangers for 2 periods then?
Yeah, I'm on the side where they shoot at twice.
Nice.
Which, with the way the series has gone, was a
bad
dumb bet
decision
because all the action will be at the other end. Hey, speaking of action, did you hear? I think the Athletic broke the story. SEC and Netflix,
right? Doing a documentary like Full Swing and Drive to Survive, and
now I have not seen either one of them. Have they been good?
I've not watched Drive to Survive because I'm not an F1 guy. I
Right.
can't do it. I just can't. There's too many other things out there I want to watch.
Okay.
Full Swing I've enjoyed.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay.
And even my wife's enjoyed Full Swing to the point where when we're watching a tournament, she's now rooting for guys that she's watched them do backstory on the show.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question, and I don't want you to get mad at me. Okay. So you believe your wife, this is like how they lure you in the Olympics. They give you the feature and the backstory, and then you become a little emotionally attached to that person or that country's team or what have you. Do you feel that's the reason? Or is she going, that guy's good looking?
No, it's the former, not the latter.
Okay.
These are golfers. They're not hockey players.
I
If
understand.
it was a hockey documentary, I'd be a little more worried.
Hey, listen, I mean,
and I mean, when they line up,
right.
Bissonnette and
and
Lundqvist.
Well,
right. I mean,
Lundqvist is a problem at home.
She
He
watches.
is.
She does not listen to anything that's said on that show. She watches that show.
No, Henrik Lundqvist is a problem in many a household.
Yes,
he is. Okay, that is just a damn good-looking guy.
He
Yeah,
is.
We all
Hate him a little bit.
We all pale in comparison. Yes. Yes, he's king. He's King Henrik for more than one reason.
Right.
Right. For more than his goaltending.
Mhm.
Yes. Yes. He does look good. And his suits are so cheap too. My goodness. Man.
Right. And he was a world-class goaltender.
Right.
Takes on New York by storm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot to hate about that guy.
Did you see the scene after the game? The Panthers won last night. And this is one of the great things about New York. It's why certain celebrities live in New York. Like Jackie Kennedy and then Jackie Onassis. She, moved to New York a short time after President Kennedy was assassinated. And she moved to the only place in America where she thought she could go and they'd leave her alone. And they do. And she said in later years, she said, people would wave, hey, Jackie. Okay, but they just let her be. So the Panthers win last night, obviously. And you know how long it takes after a game, you shower, clean up, do interviews, this, that, and the other thing. What, 45 minutes?
Easy.
Okay. Panthers just walking right across the street there. 6th and 33rd, just walking across the street to their hotel. Bum diddy dum diddy dum diddy dum. Okay, and not getting jeered or anything. Most of the crowd had left and what have you, and there they are about 11 midnight, New York City, just walking back to their hotel. Bum diddy dum diddy dum diddy dum.
That's that city.
It can be both. It can be the two extremes. All right. So, but NBA Finals set. They begin Thursday in Boston. 2-2-1-1-1. Hockey and basketball now do the same thing. 2-2-1-1-1. And Boston will obviously have home court. Celtics and Mavs. And it's quite possible, Game 5 tonight, Edmonton and Dallas. Maybe Dallas's hockey team is also playing host to the finals.
I'll be, even at 2-2, I will be really surprised if the Stars don't win that series.
What to me will be interesting is I believe, I'll have to look it up here. Yeah, the Stars would have home ice over the Panthers. Obviously, the Rangers won the President's Trophy, but the Stars only finished a point behind the Rangers. Panthers finished 4 points back. So while the Mavs are the road team, games 3, 4, and 6, if you will, in the NBA Finals, if the Stars end up playing the Panthers, games 1, 2, 5, and 7 would be in Dallas. I think that, listen, I've said this, and I don't know if you believe the same thing. Even though I picked the Stars at the beginning of the year to win the Cup, I've thought the winner of the Rangers and Panthers.
I'm with you 100%.
Are going to win the Cup.
Goaltending, forechecking, just the elite teams. I think both in the East have the edge.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating
I didn't even put our things back up. So that's too bad. I should have everybody. Everybody could have heard that. That was.
It's like, remember the Kornheiser segment?
Yeah.
Could play it for him.
Okay, Trent, you can just listen. You don't have to pay attention. So Tony Kornheiser had a national talk radio show on ESPN Radio, and he would, like, every 3 weeks, he would have a segment, and it would be his short segment, which is around 10 to 12 minutes. And the segment would be him cutting promos for stations around the country. And that would be the segment. And so he would say, "This is Tony Kornheiser. You're listening to the Tony Kornheiser Show weekdays on 1460 W." And then sometimes he'd, be cutting promos for other shows, and he would just stop and go, "What the hell are we doing promoting Miller and Moulton for? Okay, do they carry our show? What the heck?" And he'd just stop. And then they would just send him to the stations, whatever he did.
Oh, I'm dreading Monday already.
I'll be
whatever.
On. Phone will be on. Give me a call.
Beverly Hills Cop, the first one, Gilbert Gottfried, and they bring in the thing. Okay, I think it was Beverly Hills Cop. Was it Beverly Hills Cop, or was it the movie with Nick Nolte? Okay, and remember I think it was Beverly Hills Cop, and the parking ticket's his wife, and Gilbert Gottfried in the middle of it, they're saying, and he just reaches back and grabs the phone and goes, "You bitch!" Okay, and it's fake. Okay, that's what you're going to do to Trent. You're just going to call him up, he's going to answer, and you're just going to yell 3 words and hang up.
I'm not worried about anything with getting the show on the air. It's
once we get to break.
That's fine. It's the promo and the podcast I'm most worried about.
You'll get the hang of it.
Whatever.
It's not that. It's just a little tedious. That's all.
Okay, the longest travel, I don't know by miles. Remember, this goes all the way back to damn near 20 years ago when the Blades ended up playing Boise, but there was a chance you were going to play Alaska.
I know.
Okay, and then how many miles that would have been and what have you. But let's see. You got to remember, Vancouver's played the Islanders, the Rangers, and the Bruins the 3 times they've gone to the finals. So, figure out that mileage. Vancouver to 3 teams in the Northeast. But then, yes, the Lightning played Calgary. Calgary played Montreal, which isn't a short trip.
No.
Twice.
Well, the Kings played.
Kings played the Devils and the Rangers and Montreal.
Right. LA Montreal.
Anaheim played Jersey. But yeah, it's possible. Like Panthers, Oilers, that could be pretty close to the longest travel. I would think Vancouver to Boston or the Islanders could be,
or Sunrise, right? If you're going diagonally. I guess I don't know. I'd have to.
Oh, but Vancouver's not available now. We're just talking about past Stanley Cup Finals longest travel.
I got you. Here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Final segment of the week, of the month, and of Trent Valley's Miller and Moulton career. Segment's going to last about 15 minutes. His plane leaves in 36. Man. one side of his mouth, guys, I really want to still remain part of the show.
And I can't wait to get the hell out of here.
All right. And the second part is, God, Florida sucks. I'm out of here.
It's all about finding the cheapest flight, baby. We make it work.
So apparently that mid-afternoon flight, doesn't even want to have a lunch. We might have bought him lunch.
Might have.
I said might have. Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's
I bought him lunch before, and when he took one of the 2 hot dogs home.
Did he really?
Yeah. I got 2 dogs. Went to my little hot dog place.
Mm-hmm.
He got 2 dogs.
And only ate one?
And can I get a box for one?
They load them up. Coney dogs. They put a lot on there. I don't even think I could have a meal with David. He would want to kill me.
He could only eat one?
He came over for the NCAA tournament. I made a plate of chicken wings. He had 3.
Well,
3.
That was a little different because that's when you get a decent buzz going. You don't want to kill the buzz.
See, and we think the other way. Okay, layer the stomach with as much carbs as you can so you could, pile the booze on top of it. Man.
If I would have eaten the second hot dog, I might have passed out in the booth.
If this sounds sexist, I apologize, but not really. I don't think I've ever spent time with a guy who could only eat one hot dog. I mean, in my life.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think David
and
I could.
Real men eat too.
And I'm talking about when I was having lunch with Larry Beagleson in 3rd grade. I mean, even Larry could have 2. I mean, what the heck?
It's like, are you smarter than a 5th grader? Can you eat more than a 3rd grader? That's
honest. If that was a criteria to being friends in grade school, I can only eat one. Well, I'm done with him. Holy mackerel.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Barstool sleeper in our Twitch chat room. My 3-year-old son eats 2 hot dogs. I want to be friends with his son.
Exactly. We start in 1879. Madison Square Garden opens in New York City.
Any truth to the rumor that the circus played the next day?
And Billy Joel was the night after. Today in 1885, Dr. Kellogg files a patent for a flaked cereal.
Oh, I like it.
1930, Bobby Jones wins the British Amateur. It was the first leg of the Grand Slam for him when it was the British Amateur, the British Open, the U.S. Amateur, and the U.S. Open. 1942, Sam Snead wins the PGA. It was his first major.
Is that still match play in 42?
Yes, it was. Today in 1969, Stevie Wonder released My Sharia More, and John and Yoko recorded Give Peace a Chance. They didn't all do it together. John and Yoko did it during their bed-in, and I'm sure Stevie Wonder did it somewhere in Detroit. And in 87, Edmonton wins their 3rd Stanley Cup, beating Philadelphia in 7 games.
Hextall wins the Conn Smythe. The losing goalie won the Conn Smythe. That's how amazing he was.
Walt Whitman and John Bonham both would have celebrated birthdays today. Clint Eastwood's 94. Joe Namath's 81. That pause was for your mom. Goaltender Jim Craig, 67.
Where's my father?
Darryl McDaniel is 60. You know him better as DMC, the other half of, Run. Brooke Shields is 59, and actor Colin Farrell's 48. What did I miss, David?
A few things, actually. So, Big Ben starts ticking in London for the first time on this day in 1859.
Look, kids, Parliament.
This one also for you. The BBC bans the Sex Pistols' God Save the Queen today in 77.
And then I believe their manager hired a boat and went up and down the Thames River blasting the song.
Netanyahu, for the first time, elected prime minister of Israel today in 96. They've always recycled candidates there. And Deep Throat the source, Deep Throat, Watergate,
right?
The identity of Deep Throat was revealed 19 years ago today. That's all I got.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
My mom texted and said, "Thank you, Mark."
You're very welcome. We go to India for the good, and this could be the bad or the ugly as well. But Vinod Shadhari set a Guinness World Record for the fastest time to type the alphabet, doing so with his nose.
Oh, come on. That's actually a category?
Apparently so. He typed the alphabet with using only his nose in 25.66 seconds. Give me a second here. Yeah, that'd be a son of a gun.
Yeah, that's
What was the time again?
25.66 seconds to type the alphabet with your nose.
That's less than a second per letter.
1 letter
Right.
a second.
That's hunting and pecking.
Yes, it is. I mean, a few of them are close together there in a row. E's directly above, D and F's.
KLMN is where you got to really make it work.
No, that D, E, F, G, H. Okay. I, J, K. I mean, actually, once you start doing the home row there, A and B is a problem, though. They're pretty far apart.
For the bad, we go to Miami, where Michael Chrysolis of Elva was arrested for trying to send thousands of turtles to Germany and Hong Kong illegally.
Can't ship turtles?
Apparently not the kind he was trying to ship. He would capture the turtles and sell them to interstate and foreign customers, and did so illegally. He has been sentenced to time in prison. And finally, the ugly, we go to Mexico, where Mexico's Federal Archaeology Agency on Monday accused the governed city of Guanajuato of mistreating one of its country's famous mummified 19th century bodies. Apparently, during a recent renovations, one of the arms of the mummies, well, it came off.
Oh, snap. See what I did there? Too soon?
No. Considering that they died a couple hundred years ago, I think it's right on par, David.
Okay.
Too late.
The mummies were displayed in a glass case in the museum. And now, well, the mummy are less one arm. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 31st, 2024.
Worldwide, by the way. 2 different countries. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Obviously no hoop since the finals are set. No hoop till Thursday. Early line, you would think Boston's favored. Curious, how much value can you get with the Mavs?
Thought the series, I saw it at plus 180 for the Mavs. If you wanted to go Mavs. Minus 225 on Boston for the series.
Do you feel, just gut feeling about that series, like the way we both felt about Rangers Panthers? Like, we really thought that was going to be a 1-1-2-2 series. Whatever happened from there happened from there, and turned out to be right. Would you be surprised if Celtics Mavs is not a 1-1-2-2 series?
I would be.
Trent?
Yeah, I would be. I think this is a pretty good matchup.
Here's the funny thing. Both teams are better at home on the road.
Yeah.
Both teams have been better in the playoffs on the road than at home.
And also, for what it's worth, this is a much better matchup than last year. And I would argue it's a better matchup than 2 years ago.
That Golden State Boston series 2 years ago was a pretty good matchup.
Right, but we knew, like you said earlier, the Celtics weren't ready to win, maybe,
Well,
and
it's
now
funny. They had home court advantage. All right. And they were in theory, the better team. But all right. Tonight, game 5, Edmonton, Dallas. Now you're really big on Dallas tonight.
I'm big on Dallas tonight.
All right. For what it's worth, the over-under in that series for every game is the same that the over-under has been for Panthers Rangers. It's 5.5. for what it's worth, the 2 games in Dallas, games 1 and 2, both went under 3-2, 3-1. The 2 games in Edmonton both went over. Tonight's games in Dallas. Are you more inclined to bet the under tonight?
I am, because I think Dallas is going to win. That means Ottinger will play well. They'll slow Edmonton down. I see this being, a 3-2, 3-1 Dallas win.
And, of course, we all know the fear. It's 3-2 late, and there's the empty net looming.
Right.
Right. So, but I'm with you. So you're big on the Stars tonight to win. Think they cover a goal and a half, though?
No.
Okay. So you would not bet Dallas in the
I would
goal
just
and a
bet the
half.
money line.
So you would bet the money line tonight. And I'm also willing to throw a few shekels on the under tonight, which I know is boring, but everybody's playing the baseball. Obviously, it's a Friday night. No doubleheader scheduled through the weekend. So our system has the weekend off unless a game gets rained out. Rays are in Baltimore. Next 5 on the road, 3 in Baltimore, 2 in Miami. Then they come back and host the Orioles. So 6 of their next 8 against Baltimore.
Big test.
Yeah.
Really is. They've got to figure out a way to split that.
And then Marlins are hosting the Rangers.
And that's good news for the Rangers.
And if you're Texas and you just came off sweeping Arizona, had a day off, and if you're Texas 2 games below 500, you got to keep on keeping on here. So Yankees still out west. They're playing the Giants. For those that are interested. So there you go.
Interested in that Baltimore-Tampa series to see if Tampa can keep this thing going in the right direction. I wonder if these last couple games, winning an extra inning game, winning late against Oakland, can spur any type of a winning streak or at least a long run for the Rays. Their last road trip, they played really well.
So any final words of advice for our young lad over here?
No, I have nothing for him. I have nothing to offer him anymore. My love of Trent will continue, but not until after next week when I have to do all his work in person for the next week.
So Trent, during the break, has read us some of the things that he feels he has learned from Miller and Moulton over these last 7 months. Number 1 is it's a TV show.
Number 2, it's nice to have a Joe Burrow.
Number 3,
it's nice to have an Andrei Vasilevsky.
Right, a Burrow and a Vasilevsky. No first names needed.
No.
Nice to have it. Well, you could say Joe Burrow, but it's nice to have a Burrow. It's nice to have a Vasilevsky.
Trent, I mean this with all of my heart. I hope you don't come back. I hope this all works out for you very, very well, and that the idea that you said, well, maybe in the fall. No. We want this to work out.
Yeah.
We want to see you rise to all the heights that you try to exceed in your life and have the best time doing it.
I cannot tell you guys how much fun this has been, how perfect the timing was. I was at a happy hour after a long day of substitute teaching on a Friday when Mark texted me and said we might have an opening for you.
Hold on a second. Miller and Moulton are better than substitute teaching?
Yes.
Wow. That's how annoying the kids must be.
And I love kids, but
not that much.
The chance to be on a show like this and just talk to you guys every day and soak it up, and
he loves kids.
I do. I love kids.
He had to get up at like 4:30 in the morning. We're paying him $8 a show, and he had to move. Okay, and he chose that over the kids. Tell us again how much you love the kids. Seriously, come on now.
That's a good point.
That's how he is. He's looking at us with a straight face. I love you guys. I'm going to miss you. In fact, I may want to return. The flight leaves in 14 minutes. He did the same things to the kids. I'm really going to miss you. I love you. Okay. I may be making a big mistake. The car was running in the parking lot as he was saying goodbye to his kids. Unbelievable.
But it's a Midwest goodbye. Be back in 2 weeks. Be back in July.
That is true. He's going to fill in on a couple shows in 2 weeks, and then you may hear him the first week of July when Miller and Moulton will be off, and we need some help for a couple of days. So there you have it.
Who knows? Trent might be our go-to when one of us needs a day off.
Yeah, that's true. He will not be our Lions, Tigers, Michigan State correspondent, though.
No sober analysis.
No. Mm-mm. We might as well call the managers and the coaches from those teams to get more sober analysis. Trent, safe travels. All the best. Thanks for everything. Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor.